Chapter 1929. Boom! A loud sound came from Qin Feng's body as if something had exploded. He stood there in a daze, and the spirit, sunflower flame, suddenly extinguished. Countless bloodthirsty insects crawled all over his body, looking like human blood. The devouring ability of the bloodthirsty insects was even stronger than the spirit swallowing insects. Qin Feng's high-level spirit armor instantly shattered, and he felt more and more insects burrowing into his body, drinking his blood. "Master, quickly go to the astral space," Little Pig anxiously said. Qin Feng also wanted to escape, but he felt like his brain wasn't listening to him. There was only his subconscious that wanted to escape, but he couldn't even send out that order. This was the first time he had felt death so close. Qin Feng regretted staying behind. Even Xia Zhong, who was at Cauldron Filling Realm, had no choice but to escape, let alone a true Spirit Realm 6 cultivator like him. Even with the support of the system, he didn't even have a chance to communicate with the system. Rumble. Explosions continued to come from Qin Feng's body. He could feel his veins and blood being devoured. No wonder Xia Zhong was helpless against these insects. When these insects were in your veins, you couldn't do anything to them unless you exploded your true essence, but that would only cause both sides to suffer. It wasn't just his body that was exploding. Qin Feng could also hear explosions in his head. There were also many blood vessels in his brain. It seemed like some of the insects had already burrowed into his brain. Just thinking about it made Qin Feng feel terrified. He tried to use his divine sense to attack, but his divine sense had automatically sealed itself. It was as if he was afraid of these insects invading. This time, Qin Feng really couldn't do anything. Ever since he had obtained the Hedonist sovereign system, this was the first time he had felt so helpless. He felt like he was waiting for death. Whoosh! At this moment, Qin Feng used his divine sense to scan his mind, and a black shadow flashed. That black shadow was definitely not a bloodthirsty insect, because it was moving very fast and it was eating the bloodthirsty insect. That's the hunting turtle. Qin Feng quickly recognized the identity of the black shadow and was shocked. As a level 9 star beast, the Lai tortoise had a strong devouring ability. It ate almost everything, including spirit chi, spirit stones, spirit grass, spirit veins, and even cultivators' spirit pills and blood veins. However, Qin Feng never thought that this little guy would even eat bloodthirsty worms. The truth was right in front of him, and Qin Feng could not deny it. Not only could the hunting pincer devour spirit worms, but it could also devour the bloodthirsty worms at a very fast speed. A golden light shuttled through the mind, and the bloodthirsty worms disappeared in an instant. After swallowing all the worms in the brain, the hunting pincer immediately jumped into the blood vessels in the body. It opened its mouth wide like a vacuum cleaner, and all the bloodthirsty worms in the blood flew into its mouth. It was unknown how they were digested in the end. There were at least a few thousand spirit insects that flew into Qin Feng's body, but they were all devoured by the hunting turtles in a few breaths. The hunting pincer was now only the size of an earthworm. Its body was covered in a golden light, like a golden maggot swimming around. When it discovered that there were no more bloodthirsty worms to eat, the hunting pincer immediately flew out. A golden light flickered above the center of the 10,000 Lotus Lake. A shocking scene appeared. The hunting pincer opened its mouth wide, and all the light in the surroundings seemed to be devoured by it. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, a black tornado formed. Countless bloodthirsty insects were sucked into the hunting pincer's mouth and devoured completely. Holy shit! Where did this guy get his stomach to digest? Where did all those spirit insects go? After the bloodthirsty worms in his body disappeared, Qin Feng's consciousness quickly recovered. He looked at the scene in the center of the lake with shock. Little Pig was also speechless at the hunting pincer and sighed. After all, it's a rank 9 star beast. You can't use ordinary thinking to understand it. Not long ago, Fin felt like he was going to die. However, after the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, all the bloodthirsty worms in the entire 10,000 Lotus Lake fled. The hunting pincer still acted as if it hadn't eaten enough and chased after those spirit insects to devour them. Fin couldn't help but think that if this scene was seen by those cultivators who were fleeing, their eyes would definitely pop out of their sockets. When the hunting pincer flew far away, a few more batches of bloodthirsty worms came to attack Fin. In a rage, Fin summoned the hunting pincer back. The group of spirit insects were so scared that they immediately fled, but they all fell into the hunting pincer's mouth. "Tiny, stay by my side and protect my safety," Fin ordered. The hunting pincer looked at the large number of spirit insects fleeing in all directions and revealed a face of complaint. However, it still landed on Fin's shoulder. After eating so many spirit insects, the hunting pincer's belly became a size bigger, and the golden light on its body became brighter. However, its body size didn't seem to have changed, and it still looked like a small earthworm. Fin was a bit depressed. This rank 9 star beast wouldn't always be this small, right? This was completely different from those indomitable super monsters in his impression. However, now was not the time to think about the hunting pincer's evolution. Fin put aside his messy thoughts and quickly walked to the side of 10,000 Lotus Lake. At this moment, the lake water was so clear that the bottom could be seen and not a single bloodthirsty worm could be seen. The 9-leaf fire spirit lotus lay quietly in the middle of the lake, making people drool. Fin didn't go into the water. Although he was now protected by the hunting pincer and wasn't afraid of the bloodthirsty worms, who knew if there were other dangers at the bottom of the lake, he waved his hand, and a true essence hand seal fell into the water. It was also a hand seal formed from true essence, but Fin's hand seal was much weaker than Xiaozhong's true essence hand seal. When the hand seal entered the bottom of the lake, it began to quickly dissipate. It didn't even touch the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus before it disappeared. "What's going on?" Fin was puzzled. Little Pig said, "Maybe it's because of the water quality. This 10,000 Lotus Lake's water is unusual, or maybe there's a formation at the bottom of the lake." Fin realized that he couldn't pick the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus by standing on the shore, so he had to go into the water himself. He looked at the hunting pincer on his shoulder with an unhappy expression and felt much more at ease. With a leap, Fin jumped into the lake. The moment he fell into the water, he realized that there was nothing unusual about the lake water. It was no different from an ordinary water source. It seemed like there was a defense formation at the bottom of the lake, and it was extremely rare to see a formation set up in a lotus lake. This formation was obviously set up to protect the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus. This level 9 spiritual herb was planted by someone. Fin immediately realized a shocking fact. This fire spirit lotus definitely didn't grow in the wild. Someone had planted it in this 10,000 Lotus Lake. He even suspected that this 10,000 Lotus Lake didn't exist in the past. Instead, it was a lake specially built by that person to cultivate a mature 9-leaf fire spirit lotus. To be able to build a lake in the depths of the 10,000 insect valley and grow a level 9 spiritual herb, one could imagine how capable the person behind the scenes was. Fin immediately thought that this 9-leaf fire Lingji Zoisha was planted by the person who set up the spirit guiding formation. If that was really the case, 80% of the spiritual insects in the 10,000 insect valley were also raised by that person. It was unbelievable to be able to grow a top-notch spiritual herb and raise so many spiritual insects in the ruins of a sect. Fin couldn't afford to offend such a powerful person. However, since he had discovered this 9-leaf fire spirit lotus, he couldn't return empty-handed. Moreover, he had been in the depths for so long, but he didn't see that powerful person appear. This could only mean that the person wasn't here at all. When these messy thoughts flashed through his mind, Fin realized that he had already sunk to the bottom of the lake. This lake was much deeper than he had imagined. Standing at the edge of the lake, he felt that it was only 2 to 3 meters deep. However, after jumping into the lake, he realized that it was at least tens of meters deep. The 9-leaf fire spirit lotus was hidden at the bottom of the lake. When Qinfen approached it, this level 9 spiritual herb displayed an aura of fear. That aura was real, and Qinfen could clearly feel it. It seemed like this spiritual herb already had spiritual intelligence. You will follow me from now on. Just as he steadied himself at the bottom of the lake, Qinfen immediately reached out to grab it. It was the same huge True Essence handprint, but this time it grabbed the 9-leaf fire Lingji Zoisha. Qinfen understood why he couldn't touch this spiritual herb when he was on the shore. This lake was much deeper than he had imagined. When the True Essence broke through the water pressure of more than 30 meters, the energy had almost dissipated. Grabbing the root of the 9-leaf fire Lingji Zoisha, Qinfen used his strength to lift it. However, he realized that the True Essence handprint had dissipated again. He couldn't pull this level 9 spiritual herb at all. He didn't immediately try to pull it a second time. Instead, he quickly scanned the environment at the bottom of the lake and quickly found traces of a level 6 defense array. When he found this level 6 defense array, Qinfen was even more certain that this fire spirit lotus was planted by the powerful person who set up the spirit guiding formation. That person seemed to be a level 6 array master, and many of the array formations he set up were of a level 6 standard. Qinfen was only a level 5 spirit array master now. He couldn't set up a level 6 array, but it didn't mean that he couldn't break a level 6 large array. In fact, breaking an array was much easier than setting up an array. Even a Cauldron Ekiana Almighty, who knew nothing about array formations, could break a level 5 trap array in an instant. This was because an array formation was a mysterious arrangement. As long as there was enough energy to destroy the balance of this arrangement, a loophole would appear in the array formation even if it wasn't broken. The defense array was one of the easier array formations to break. As long as he kept attacking the array core, Qinfen was also a level 5 spirit array master. He could see the weakest link of this level 6 defense array and focus on attacking that link. 6 hours later, the defense array exploded with a loud bang. Before Qinfen had time to rejoice, he immediately discovered that there was a level 6 trap array hidden in the defense array. A trap array was harder to break than a defense array, but as long as he had enough time, it wouldn't be a problem for Qinfen. He once again looked for the weak point of the array formation. It took him half a day to break this level 6 trap array. Swish! The moment the trap array broke, the level 9 fire spirit lotus immediately swam away. Qinfen instantly woke up. This level 6 trap array was used to trap the fire spirit lotus. It seemed that this fire spirit lotus had long been intelligent. It was like the heavenly flame. It could walk on its own and escape the cultivator's grasp. However, how could the speed of a spiritual herb escape the hands of a true spirit cultivator? Qinfeng's big hand reached out and immediately held the root of the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus in his hand. Looking at this level 9 spiritual herb from a close distance, Qinfeng felt a strong surge of spiritual qi entering his body. He didn't need to do anything. The true essence in his dantian revolved quickly. There was a sign of a breakthrough. Boom! There was a loud explosion. However, it wasn't the sound of Qinfen's breakthrough. He found that the bottom of the lake under his feet suddenly cracked. The lake water and gravel all fell into the cracked black hole. Download app on mobile phone, Baidu search keywords, Bookkeeper app, or visit official website. Chapter 1930. What's going on? Qinfeng was shocked. This wasn't the first time he had encountered a collapse. He had encountered one in the mystic realm of Violet Cloud Valley before falling into the ancient battlefield. This time, the collapse of Myriad Lotus Lake was also very severe. He didn't know where he would fall to. Soon, Qinfeng realized that only Myriad Lotus Lake was collapsing. There was no movement in the other areas. He guessed that it was because the 9-leaf fire spirit lotus was plucked. This fire spirit lotus and the level 6 defense and trapping array at the bottom of the lake couldn't be moved at all. Otherwise, there would be a collapse. Many thoughts flashed through Qin Feng's mind. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If the final location of the collapse was the hiding place of that mighty being, wouldn't he have fallen into a dragon's lair? When he realized the severity of the problem, Qin Feng immediately took out his flying sword and tried to rush out of the bottom of the lake. However, there was a flight restriction array here, and he couldn't fly at all. Moreover, he realized that even without the flight restriction array, with the powerful suction force of the huge black hole below him, even a body condensation stage expert wouldn't be able to escape. After falling for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Qin Feng finally found the feeling of landing. He immediately looked around and realized that he had landed on a huge island. This island was obviously inhabited. It seemed to be a sacred sect. There were rows of buildings, and there were a few groups of cultivators walking in the distance. Shit, this is Gourd Island, the base of a 6-star sect, Celestial Gourd Sect. Qin Feng's divine consciousness scanned the clothes of a few cultivators and immediately realized the severity of the situation. He had actually fallen into Gourd Island. He had come to find Gourd Island and wanted to take his sister Qin Duo away. However, he heard from Zhao Ziyu that Celestial Gourd Sect was one of the rare 6-star sects in the South Flat continent. The sacred sect didn't allow outsiders to enter. Now that he had mysteriously landed in Celestial Gourd Sect, he would most likely die if he was discovered. Just as he was thinking, 3 powerful divine consciousnesses scanned over. Qin Feng didn't think and immediately entered the astral space. He was afraid that if he was a second late, he would die on Gourd Island. The next second after he entered the astral boundary, 3 shadows hovered above the island where he had disappeared. Although he was in the astral boundary, Qin Feng could sense the situation within a radius of several thousand meters. When he swept his gaze over the 3 shadows, he was shocked. Qin Feng couldn't see through one of them. The other 2 were at the peak stage of the hollow god state, and the other was at the primary stage of the body condensation state. There was a gourd symbol on their clothes. They were obviously from the Holy Gourd. Qin Feng didn't know what these 3 people's positions were in the Holy Gourd, but he was sure that they weren't sect leaders. They were probably Grand Elders. Even the 3 Grand Elders had such high cultivation bases, so one could only imagine how powerful the overall strength of the Holy Gourd was. Qin Feng had thought that if he didn't make a name for himself in the genius competition, he would go to Gourd Island and take Qin Duo away no matter what. However, he immediately dispelled that thought. That would be suicide. Deputy Island Master Muyang, what's going on here? One of the old men asked. The old man floating at the front said in a deep voice, "The void formation gate has opened. Something must have happened over there." The other old man frowned. "Since the void formation gate has opened, and there's an unfamiliar aura coming down, why can't we find him?" This question stumped the 3 of them. They had used their divine sense to sense the aura of a true spirit cultivator, but in the blink of an eye, that guy had disappeared. The void formation gate is a big matter. I'll go report to the island master first. You 2 stay here. That guy probably has a concealment technique. You must find it for me. The vice island master, called Muyang, disappeared into thin air. That phantom was just a wisp of his primordial spirit. The other 2 began to use their divine sense to search bit by bit, but after a while, they revealed a surprised look. They did not find anything. That's impossible. He's just a true spirit cultivator. No matter how powerful his concealment technique is, how can he escape my divine sense? An old man's voice was cold. He had already stepped into the early stage of body condensation. The other hollow god state, peak stage old man, also couldn't understand. It was as if that aura had disappeared. Even though he was hiding in the star boundary, Qin Feng still felt a lingering fear. He believed that the hollow god state and body condensation state cultivators couldn't find the existence of the star boundary, but he was worried that the old man had brought someone more powerful. If a cauldron-filling state cultivator came, he might discover the star boundary. Although he was worried, Qin couldn't do anything. The star boundary didn't have the ability to move. He would still be at the same place when he was teleported out. Just as he had guessed, after an hour, the old man who had left appeared again. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. There was another shadow beside Muyang. He couldn't see his appearance at all, but the aura from his body was even stronger than Muyang's. Island Master Mu Qin. The two old men immediately greeted the person who had come. Mu Qin ignored the two of them and looked into the void. When Qin fell from the bottom of the Thousand Lotus Lake, a white array gate appeared in the void. However, the array gate disappeared in a flash. When Qin fell into the gourd island, the array gate disappeared. Qin immediately realized that the person who came was the island master of the gourd island, the existence with the highest cultivation in the entire immortal gourd sect. Although Qin couldn't see through this person's true realm, his aura was very similar to Xia Zhong, the great elder of the Time Mountain. This meant that this island master Mu Qin was also a cauldron-filling state cultivator. A cauldron-filling state cultivator was floating in the void before Qin entered the star boundary. It would be strange if Qin wasn't nervous. However, he gradually calmed down and found that Mu Qin was staring in the direction of the array gate that disappeared in the void. He didn't notice the existence of the star boundary. After a while, Mu Qin and Muyang disappeared, leaving the two great elders to continue searching for Qin. The two old men were very patient. They waited for half a month, and they didn't have any intention of leaving. During this half a month, Qin was looking for a way to escape. He originally planned to rush out of the star boundary after the two old men left, and then use the flying cloud all to leave the gourd island. Qin believed that the gourd island definitely didn't have a flight restriction array. Ordinary sects wouldn't set up such an array. Otherwise, it would waste a lot of the disciples' cultivation time. At this time, under the flight restriction array at the junction of the middle area and the deep area of the Thousand Insect Valley, Zhao Ziyu and the others were still waiting bitterly. According to the previous agreement, everyone would gather here one day later. However, they had waited for half a month, and there was still no sign of Qin. Sigh. Young Hero Qiao is young and promising, kind and straightforward. What a pity. Sure, you sighed, and the meaning behind his words was very clear. The others also had a look of pity on their faces. This group of exploration teams had basically left, but Qin still hadn't appeared. There was only one possibility, and that was that he had died in the Thousand Lotus Lake. Brother Qiao, we agreed to return you the 100 Immortals Leaf. How could you break your promise? Zhao Ziyu looked up to the sky and sighed. His eyes flashed with determination. Let's go. A group of 6 people came, but 5 left. Although they found many treasures, they were still very depressed. Qin had forgotten about the agreement with Zhao Ziyu and the others. He waited in the astral world for another 3 days, and when he saw that the 2 old guys still hadn't left, he gave up on his plan to leave. According to what Zhao Ziyu had said before, the Genius Assembly that was held once every 5 years would be held in 3 months. Qin calculated that after the time spent exploring the Thousand Insect Valley and the time spent in the star boundary, there was less than 2 months before the Genius Assembly would begin. A 6-star sect, like the Celestial Gourd, would definitely participate in the Genius Conference. Qin decided to stay in the astral world and cultivate. When the Celestial Gourd disciples went to participate in the Genius Conference, he would find a chance to escape during the chaos. After changing his plan, Qin stopped thinking and went into seclusion. Although he could kill early and middle stage Nihility God Realm cultivators with his current strength, he knew that there were many geniuses in the South Flat Continent. There were too many Nihility God Realm disciples under the age of 50. Moreover, these genius disciples were all existences that could kill those who were stronger than them. It wouldn't be easy to become famous in the Genius Conference. At this moment, Qin Fun was sitting under the Tree of Life. He felt that his state of mind had reached a transcendent state. There were 3 intersecting spirit veins under his feet. They were the mid-grade Godfall Island Secret Realm Spirit Vein, the high-grade Purple Cloud Spirit Vein, and the supreme-grade Spirit Vein he found in the 7th Palace. The 3 spirit veins made the astral world full of spirit chi. The air was almost crystallized. Every time Qin Fun breathed, he could feel the true essence in his dantian revolving quickly. His cultivation speed was astonishing. There were also 3 spirit pith ponds beside him. There were more than 1,000 spirit crystals in the spirit pith ponds. If other cultivators saw these crystals, they would definitely drool. Qin Fun was very satisfied with the current environment of the astral world. The spirit chi was dense, and there were many spirit herbs. When he first obtained the astral world, this place was less than 100 square meters. With so many cultivation resources, it was enough for Qin Fun to go into closed-door cultivation for a year. He sat in a spirit pith pond and didn't deliberately absorb spirit chi. He just let the creation scripture circulate on its own. Meanwhile, Qin Fun was frantically absorbing the soul crystals he had obtained from the 8th Palace. Back then, he had collected more than 3,000 soul crystals. Now he had used 1,000, which allowed his sea of knowledge to break through a realm. However, if he wanted to break through again, it would be much more difficult. Cultivation knew no time. A loud sound came from Qin Fun's body. He suddenly opened his eyes and stepped into true spirit realm 7. Although he had only broken through a small realm, Qin Fun felt the true essence in his body become much stronger. This small realm wasn't simple. It allowed him to go from mid-stage true spirit realm to late-stage true spirit realm. 1/3 of the spirit pith pond was gone. Qin Fun was shocked at the amount of spirit chi he needed to break through. If it was a normal true spirit cultivator breaking through a small realm, the spirit pith pond wouldn't have much of a change. Not only did his cultivation increase, but Qin Fun found that his divine consciousness had also strengthened, reaching a new height. When he swept out with his divine sense, he could actually cover half of the astral world space. The current astral world space was over 80,000 square meters. Friends who want to read books, you can search Blue Book Bar to find this place immediately. Chapter 1931. Qin Fung found that not only did his divine sense expand, it also became more condensed. When he released his divine sense, it was like a spider's web and could even control some small items. Although he had just broken through to the 7th level of the true spirit realm, the Creation Sutra was still circulating crazily. The spirit essence from the spirit marrow pool was entering his body, and there were signs of breaking through. Qin Fung didn't have time to cultivate. When he looked outside the star boundary, he found that the Immortal Gourd sect was very busy. It was obvious that the genius competition was about to begin. The 2 old men who were guarding outside finally left. Qin Fun immediately flew out of the star boundary. Just as his figure appeared on the gourd-shaped island, a few powerful divine senses swept over. Qin Fun didn't dare to waste any time. He immediately took out the soaring cloud all and soared into the sky. There were 8 spirit crystals on the soaring cloud all, and spirit crystals were extremely precious in the South Flat state. Using them to activate a flying magic treasure? In the entire South Flat state, only Qin Fung could do this. Under the power of the 8 spirit crystals, the soaring cloud all speed reached its limit. A white light pierced through the sky, and Qin Fung was already above the gourd island. Seen your brother Mu Feng that brat escaped? Not long after Qin Fung left, 2 figures appeared in the sky. If Qin Fung was still here, he would definitely recognize these 2 old guys. They were the people who had been guarding him for more than a month. The old man called Mu Feng had already stepped into the body condensation stage and had a surprised expression. When his divine sense swept over a few thousand meters, His eyes revealed a look of disbelief. How can this be? How can that brat avoid my divine sense search? Mu Feng wasn't the only one who couldn't figure it out. The other peak Nihility God Realm Elder was also puzzled. They had been guarding this place for more than a month and couldn't find Qin Fen. In the end, Qin Fen appeared and escaped just 2 days after they left. After flying out of the Gourd Island, Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. His soaring cloud all was equivalent to a high-grade flying magic treasure, now that he used 8 spirit crystals to increase his speed. Even disaster transformation realm cultivators wouldn't be able to catch up. Qin Feng didn't know where the genius competition was held. After flying tens of thousands of miles away from the Gourd Island, he was sure that he was completely safe. He planned to find a passerby and found 2 groups of people confronting each other. These 2 groups had clearly fought. One group wore white robes, and all of them were injured. Their robes were dyed red with blood. The other group of people were dressed in black robes and were shouting arrogantly. Qin Feng recognized the group of black-robed cultivators. They were from the 1,000 Dragon Gang. 2 months ago, he, Zhao Ziyu, and the others had gone to explore the 10,000 Insect Valley. At the entrance, they had been robbed by the 1,000 Dragon Gang. At that time, Qin Feng had used a level 5 trap formation to trap the 1,000 Dragon Gang and the others, and had cheated them of 50 million spirit stones. After that, Qianlong gathered dozens of experts to block the exit. However, the Lord of the Immortal Gourd later appeared in the 10,000 Insect Valley and chased away all the cultivators inside. Qianlong and the others were also scared away. Qin Fen quickly looked at the group of white-robed cultivators. He felt that the symbol on their chest was somewhat familiar. Soon he remembered that these people were wearing similar clothes to Zhao Ziyu. 1,000 Dragon Gang, don't go too far. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by our 100 Intentions sect? The leader of the white-robed group shouted angrily. The black dragon sneered. Puffed. What was so great about the Bai sect? In the eyes of others, they may be 6-star sects, but in the eyes of the 1,000 Dragon Gang, they're nothing. We're not even afraid of 7-star sects, let alone 6-star sections. Zhao Chongqing was furious, but he didn't have a plan. He was only at Nihility God Realm Level 5, while Qianlong was at Nihility God Realm Level 7. Moreover, Zhao Chongqing only had 5 cultivators on his side, while the other side had 12. Whether in terms of cultivation or numbers, they couldn't compare to the 1,000 Dragon Gang. Zhao Chongqing and the others were well aware of the 1,000 Dragon Gang's evil reputation. These bandits moved to a different place after a fight and weren't afraid of revenge from a big sect. Looking at the barren hills around him, Zhao Chongqing felt despair. It was impossible to find a kind-hearted person to help them. Moreover, the other side was the 1,000 Dragon Gang. Normal cultivators couldn't wait to hide from the 1,000 Dragon Gang. Cut the crap. Hand over your storage rings, and I'll spare your lives. Qianlong's patience had run out. His body shot out a fierce burst of true essence. Zhao Chongqing and the others didn't move. Storage rings were as important as their lives to cultivators. Zhao Chongqing and the others were from the 6-star sect 100 Intention sect, so they had pride in their bones. How could they hand over their storage rings to a group of bandits? Very well. Since you don't want to live, this old man will fulfill your wish. With a roar, Qianlong slammed his palm toward Zhao Chongqing. Suddenly, a giant true essence hand appeared in the air. Zhao Chongqing wanted to dodge, but he found that his body seemed to be bound by something. His movements became extremely slow. Just as Zhao Chongqing was about to be torn apart by the wild and violent true essence in that palm print, another massive palm print suddenly rushed forwards, instantly dispersing the true essence palm print that the 1,000 dragons had sent out. The crowd was shocked when they saw a black shadow land on the ground. Qin Feng didn't even look at the 1,000 Dragon Gang. He cupped his hands towards Zhao Chongqing and said, Junior Qiao Feng, I have some friendship with your 100 Intentions sex elder, Zhao Ziyu. Zhao Chongqing was overjoyed. He didn't think that help would really come. However, after seeing Qin Feng's cultivation, his mood fell again. He immediately said to Qin Feng, "Thank you, young hero Qiao. That 1,000 Dragon Gang is already at Hollow Spirit Realm Level 7. You're no match for him. You should leave quickly." Qin Feng had a good impression of Zhao Ziyu, which was why he helped. He found that Zhao Chongqing was a good person and didn't have any intentions of dragging him down with him. Before Qin Feng could say anything, Black Dragon let out a strange cry. "Big brother 1,000 Dragon, it's the ant that cheated us of 50 million spirit stones." Qianlong had already recognized Qin Feng and revealed a fierce expression. There were a few disciples in the crowd that were present at the time, and they all stared at Qin Feng with fiendish gazes. There were a few people who came later. When they found out that someone dared to cheat Brother 1,000 Dragon of 50 million spirit stones, they revealed expressions of disbelief. When they saw that Qin Feng was only at the 7th true spirit realm, they were even more puzzled. "Good fellow, this old man couldn't find you outside 10,000 Insect Valley. I didn't think that you would personally come to me. Today is the day you die." Without Qianlong making a move, Black Dragon had already charged over with his golden blade. In everyone's eyes, Qin Feng was only at True Spirit Realm Level 7 and was at the bottom of the group. They ignored the fact that Qin Feng had blocked Qianlong's attack with one palm and even thought that it was because of Qin Feng's sneak attack. "Young hero Qiao, quickly leave!" Zhao Chongqing shouted anxiously when he saw the golden light descending from above. Black Dragon was already at Hollow Spirit Realm Level 2. Now that Zhao Chongqing was heavily injured, he couldn't even help Qin Feng block that fierce blade. Seeing that Qin Fen didn't move at all, the 100 Intentions sect disciples sighed. Although they had only met Qin Fen once, Qin Fen's act of helping Elder Zhao Ziyu was appreciated by them. It was a pity that such a chivalrous youth was about to die. Chapter 1932. Seeing the injured Yu Wanqiu fall to the ground, Qin Fen's eyes lit up. He also punched out and collided with Lin Shi's fist force. The loud noise startled the forest, and many birds and beasts fled. Qin Fen had used a special grade Thunder Tiger Flying Sword Fist with all his strength. The hidden killing intent of the flying swords in this fist technique had injured many experts. But this time, before the flying swords could even get close, they were blown away by the strong wind from Lin Shi's fist force. The fist force's aftershock crashed into Qin Fen's body and sent him flying to the ground. He looked at Lin Shi, who was standing there motionlessly, and a playful smile appeared on his face. After Qin Fen landed on the ground, he didn't even care about his injured body. He was shocked. The reason why he clashed with Lin Shi was to test the strength of a middle-stage Nihility God realm cultivator. But after that punch, Qin Fen realized that his opponent was not as simple as an ordinary middle-stage Nihility God realm cultivator. His strength was almost on par with a late-stage Nihility God realm expert. Soon, Qin Fen understood. Since Lin Shi was one of the top 10 young masters of the South Flat continent, his strength was naturally at the top among his peers. How could he compare him to an ordinary middle-stage Nihility God realm cultivator? After understanding this, Qin Fen didn't dare to hold back. He had originally planned to use Lin Shi to practice, and maybe he could gain some new insights in the fierce battle. But now he no longer had any thoughts of holding back. Facing such a powerful expert, he might lose his life if he relaxed even a little. Seeing Qin Fen fall to the ground again, Lin Shi completely disregarded him. He couldn't even understand where such a weak, true spirit cultivator got the courage to snatch the spirit herb he wanted. But before his smile could fully bloom, it suddenly froze on his face. A black light suddenly appeared, as if it had instantly swallowed up all the light in the surroundings. Within that black light, a strange energy fluctuation rippled. The speed at which this black light spread was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already spread to a radius of 10 miles. Qin Fen stood in the center of the black light, holding a dazzling long saber. When the confinement attack landed, the air within a radius of 10 miles froze. The boundary appeared again, and Qin Fen had a basic understanding of the existence of the boundary. When the black light filled the air, he felt that he was the ruler of this world. Anyone who entered the boundary was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Shi's white robe was a stark contrast against the black light. The smile on his face was gone, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Even though he was a disciple of a 7-star sect, Gu Xiaoyao, he was unable to accept the fact that Qin Feng, who was only at level 4 of the true spirit realm, had created a realm. Realm was something that only hollow spirit state cultivators could comprehend. Moreover, only hollow spirit state cultivators with outstanding perception could touch the threshold of realm. Even Lin Shi, one of the 10 great young masters of the South Flat Continent, only managed to grasp a fragment of realm when he stepped into the middle hollow spirit state. Even Lin Shi was unable to use his realm, or it could be said that the power of his realm was too weak. Even a late-stage true spirit cultivator wouldn't be able to control it. Looking at the endless black light in front of him, it could be seen that Qin Fen's realm had already reached the initial stage. You've actually achieved the initial stage? How did you do it? Which sect are you a disciple of? Are you from a 9-star sect in the Eastfield continent? Lin Shi forgot that he was in danger and asked a series of questions. Qin Fen didn't have the time to answer him. Taking advantage of this gap, he threw out 4 soul banners. The soul banners shot into the void and immediately enlarged. Finally, they pierced into the ground like 4 heavenly walls. I'm just an itinerant cultivator from the North Sand Continent, but it's enough to kill you. Qin Fen purposely revealed his identity to anger Lin Shi. He knew that Lin Shi would definitely die. Or rather, if he didn't kill Lin Shi today, Qin Fen wouldn't be able to stay in the South Flat Continent anymore. Gu Xiaoyao was one of the few 7-star sects in the South Flat Continent. If they wanted to kill him, there would probably be no place for him in the South Flat Continent anymore. When the formation of the ghost face soul banners was formed, Lin Shi suddenly woke up. His expression was so cold that water was about to drip out. His eyes were spewing fire, and the scimitar in his hand continuously slashed out, trying to break the ghost face soul banners. That scimitar was clearly a high-grade true weapon. However, Qin Fen didn't pay attention to the scimitar. He noticed the ferocity of Lin Shi's saber technique. Every slash of his saber would produce a crescent saber chi that seemed to have a substance. However, the saber chi would automatically split in the air. By the time the attack landed, it had already split into hundreds of violent saber chi. Qin Fen even thought that if he didn't use the ghost face soul banners to trap Lin Shi, would he be able to block such a ferocious and exquisite saber technique? After thinking about it, Qin Fen shook his head firmly. Perhaps he could find the weakness of this splitting saber chi if he had more time. However, he definitely couldn't come up with any countermeasures in such a short period of time. The saber chi surged and collided with the 4 soul banners. Back then, the North sect leader by Xiaofeng had been trapped by the soul banners. However, when he attacked the soul banners, there was basically no movement. Now that Lin Shi's attacks were so ferocious, it could be seen that his strength far surpassed by Xiaofeng and the others. In fact, after a few waves of attacks, the 4 soul banners were showing obvious cracks. The restraints have failed. Qin Fen suddenly came to a realization. Even when he used the restraints to trap by Xiaofeng and the others, they could open their eyes and speak, but they still couldn't move their bodies. However, this time the restraints had succeeded, but they didn't trap Lin Shi. Master, the power of the restraints changes according to Master's strength. After all, Master is only at true spirit realm 4 right now, but you're dealing with a late hollow god realm expert. So the effects of the restraints aren't obvious, Little Pig said. Qin Fun's expression changed drastically. He understood that it wasn't that the restraints had failed. In fact, the effects of the restraints still existed. The powerful strength that Lin Shi displayed now was the power of the restraints. Qin Fin didn't dare to imagine how powerful Lin Shi would be without the restraints of the restraints. Stinking brat, hurry up and let me out. We can write off our grudges. Otherwise, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. After a few rounds of attacks, the 4 soul banners were obviously damaged. However, Lin Shi's situation wasn't good either. He forcefully endured the restraints of the restraints to launch fierce attacks, causing a large amount of true essence to be consumed. How could Qin Fun let Lin Shi go? This guy was clearly the kind of person who would burn bridges after crossing the river. Even if Lin Shi was telling the truth, Qin Fun had to kill him. Otherwise, Qin Fun wouldn't be able to stay in the South Flat Continent. There was no verbal reply, but a loud explosion sounded in the camp. Qin Fun held a dazzling long spear in his hand. However, in Lin Shi's eyes, it was an extremely strange weapon. It was this strange weapon that shot out lightning arcs incomparably ferocious. In fact, it wasn't any weaker than the lightning released by the Class 7 Thunder Leopard. Crackle! The 100-mile light sniper seemed to hide endless lightning arcs. Instantly, dozens of lightning arcs descended. Before Lin Shi could react, a series of explosions sounded on his body. His white robes were torn to shreds. His elegant long hair draped over his shoulders. His skin was lacerated with countless wounds, and the scene of him dripping with blood made one's heart tremble. This was definitely the first time in Lin Shi's memory that he was beaten to such a sorry state. In the past, even some seniors with slightly higher cultivation levels would have to speak politely to him when they saw him. However, even though his lungs were about to explode, Lin Shi had no other choice. He was trapped by the restraints and the ghost-faced soul banner at the same time. Furthermore, there was also the surging and violent lightning arcs. If it was an ordinary void god realm intermediate stage cultivator, he would have long been blasted to death. Ayaya, how dare you offend the dignity of young Master Shi? Today you will die without a doubt. Lin Shi roared angrily and waved his hand, releasing a green light. After the light appeared, it quickly expanded into a barrier. The dozen or so lightning arcs exploded on the green barrier and disappeared along with it. Qin Fun was shocked. He saw that Lin Shi was holding a green leaf in his hand. The green leaf looked like a banana leaf, and Lin Shi had used it to create the green barrier. Qin Fun quickly discovered that it was not an ordinary green leaf. It was actually a leaf from a rank 9 spirit herb, the 9-leaf banana. This spirit herb was very rare and could be used as the main ingredient for many rank 9, rank 7 king pills. He had never expected that someone would use it to refine a powerful magic weapon. However, Qin Fin did not pay too much attention to the banana leaf. He knew that the leaf's endurance was limited, and he did not lack thunder and lightning at the moment. The 2 energy tanks had stored a large amount of thunder sources. The 100-mile light sniper kept firing, and for a moment, the lightning arcs were like a sea. It was even more spectacular than the scene of a void god realm cultivator breaking through the thunder tribulation. When Yu Wanqiu, who was sitting on the grass a kilometer away, saw the sea of thunder in the sky, her eyes rolled to the ground. She knew that this was Qin Fun's attack, but she found it hard to accept. Under the violent and uninterrupted thunderstrikes, even a magic weapon refined from a rank 9 spirit herb would explode. When the banana leaf exploded, Lin Shi's body also exploded into ashes. Qin Fin immediately put away the ghost-faced soul banner. There were many cracks on the soul banner, so he placed it in the system's 10,000 treasure pavilion to be nurtured. The effects of the confinement strike had disappeared, and the black light and energy fluctuations within a 5-kilometer radius instantly disappeared. However, the thunder was still exploding in the open space. Qin Fin did not even take Lin Shi's storage ring or the fragment of the banana leaf. He immediately left with Yuan Qiu. After the two of them left for less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, 5 figures landed. They looked at the place where the thunder had exploded and frowned. Something seems to have happened to Lin Shi's disciple, a gray-haired old man said. His aura was as calm as the sea. Even if Qin Fin was here, he would definitely not be able to see through his realm. Which bastard dared to kill my beloved disciple? If I catch him, I will burn his soul with heavenly fire. An old man in a black robe was furious. The surging aura on his body scared the rank 7 Thunder leopard, who was trapped to the side. It turned out that these 5 people were Gu Xiaoyao's people. The 2 who spoke were Gu Xiaoyao's elders, while the other 3 were disciples of the same group. Including Lin Shi, Gu Xiaoyao's group of 6 had originally gone on this expedition. However, Lin Shi had been separated on the way. When they found him, they sensed that Lin Shi's real body had exploded, and his 4 clones had also been destroyed. Chapter 1933. Along the way, Qin Feng found out that the South Flat Continent's Genius Assembly was held in Sky Connection City every 5 years. It was the largest public city in South Flat Continent and was not controlled by any sect. The city lord's identity was mysterious, and it was said that not many people had seen his face. In Sky Connection City, even disciples of 7-star sects did not dare to cause trouble. That's right, young Hero Qiao, which sect are you from? Zhao Chongqing had long been curious about Qin Feng's identity. He did not ask much when they first met, but after getting to know each other, he asked, "Brother Chongqing, if I say I'm not from any sect and am just a loose cultivator, you probably won't believe me, right?" Qin Feng laughed at himself. He was indeed a loose cultivator in South Flat Continent, but no one would believe him. Zhao Chongqing did not believe him, but he did not ask further. He thought that Qin Feng did not want to say more. In South Flat Continent, disciples of large sects would hide their identities when they came out to train. This was the sect's rule. Young Hero Qiao, it's normal that you don't want to say. I don't mean anything else. I'm just shocked that you have such cultivation and strength at such a young age. Zhao Chongqing smiled. Qin Feng nodded. He understood Zhao Chongqing's thoughts because too many people had said the same thing to him. 3 days later, the group arrived outside a city. From a few hundred meters away, Qin Feng was stunned by the city's grand construction. He was not only shocked by the city's scale and prosperity, but also by the style of the buildings. The buildings here were not ancient, but had the feel of a Chinese city. Haha, young Hero Qiao, are you surprised by the style of the buildings here? Actually, I found it strange the first time I came to Sky Connection City. These buildings are completely different from the other buildings in South Flat Continent. Zhao Chongqing smiled. However, Qin Feng couldn't bring himself to laugh. A sense of danger arose in his heart. There was actually a Chinese architectural style here. Didn't that mean that people from China had come? The Chinese people Qin Feng referred to were not like Qin Duoer, the people from the outer martial arts world, and the inner hidden sects, nor were they from China. Since the entire Sky Connection City was built in the Chinese style, it meant that the city lord had a powerful identity. How could he be someone ordinary? Even though Qin Fin had been in the South Flat Continent for almost a year, he had only built a preliminary hero city. The location of the city was occupied by the 4-star sect, the Beijing sect. Young Hero Qiao, are you all right? Zhao Chongqing noticed that something was wrong with Qin Feng. Oh, don't worry, the buildings here are really strange. I'm entranced by them. Qin Feng woke up with a start. Zhao Chongqing laughed and said, "Haha. The first time I came to Sky Connection City, my reaction was the same as young Hero Qiao's. Later on, I got used to it. But you don't say, some of the houses here are built very high. It feels like they're going to reach the sky, and this is where the name Sky Connection City comes from." Qin Fin glanced at the towering buildings. Weren't they China's skyscrapers? He was even more certain that this was a cultivator who had transmigrated to South Pingzhou from China. As for his identity, Qin Fin couldn't guess. The few of them walked into Sky Connection City. There weren't even any guards at the city gates. However, the moment Qin Feng stepped into the city, he felt a few powerful divine senses sweep over him, checking him from head to toe. He could only tell that one of the divine senses had stepped into the body condensation stage. There were also a few more powerful divine senses that he couldn't tell their cultivation. Young Hero Qiao, don't be nervous. This is a routine inspection of Sky Connection City. It's not just for you. As long as a cultivator enters the city, they will be scanned. Considering that it was Qin Feng's first time in Sky Connection City, Zhao Chongqing immediately lowered his voice and explained. Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. He thought that those almighty beings had discovered some secret and were paying attention to him. However, he quickly became nervous. Sky Connection City was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. If the system's secret was seen through, it would be big trouble. Despite his worries, Qin Feng still followed Zhao Chongqing and the others into the city. Right now, the only way to find Qin Duo was to participate in the Genius Assembly and become famous. He had no other choice. The city was bustling with many cultivators. The construction of the streets was very similar to that of China. It exuded the aura of a modern metropolis. It was very different from the ancient style of the other parts of the Nanping state. Both sides of the street were filled with shops. There were many hollow god, realm, cultivators among the pedestrians. Even body condensation stage cultivators were more common. From time to time, a few cauldron filling state cultivators could be seen floating by. Qin Fin had mixed feelings about such a developed and modern city. In fact, he had always wanted to build a truly powerful and heroic city on the divine continent, and the Heaven Connect city in front of him was about to meet his expectations. Young Hero Qiao, Sky Connection City is one of the busiest cities and markets in the Nanping state. There are many shops selling everything. Do you want to take a look? Zhao Chongqing asked. Qin Feng didn't have a good feeling about this place. He only wanted to participate in the Genius Assembly and leave immediately. Let's find a place to stay first. That's right. The Genius Assembly will be held in 3 days. Right now, Sky Connection City is overcrowded. If I don't book a room in advance, I'm afraid I'll have to sleep in the open space outside the city. Truth be told, for cultivators, a place to sleep was no longer an important issue. Even Qin Fin would often sit in the same spot and cultivate for several months at a time. However, it would be best if he could find a room. On the divine continent, the rooms and the inns all had spirit gathering formations. The busiest street of Sky Connection City was in the center, but Zhao Chongqing didn't plan to go there. It was obvious that the inns nearby were full. It was already good enough to find a room in the outskirts of the city. After walking for half a day, the group finally found a small inn in a desolate alley. Even this inn only had one room left. Young Hero Qiao, you can stay in that room. We still have to meet up with the other disciples in the sect. When I'm done, I'll call senior brother Zhao Ziyu to come see you. Zhao Chongqing said. Seeing that there were 5 people, Qin Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He cupped his hands and said, All right, Brother Chongqing and the others can go do what you need to do. The group bid farewell, and Qin Feng walked to the waiter. The waiter recognized Zhao Chongqing and the others' clothing. They were disciples of the 6-star sect, 100 Thought sect, so he was very respectful to Qin Feng. Young Hero, the last room. Shall I take you to have a look? The waiter smiled. There's no need to look at the room. Just help me book it. Qin Feng said. All right. How many nights do you plan to stay? 100,000 spirit stones per night. Qin Feng could be considered as a nouveau riche cultivator among his peers, but he was still shocked by the price of 10,000 spirit stones. It wasn't that he hadn't stayed in other inns before, but even the most expensive suite only cost 10,000 spirit stones per night, let alone a single room. Young hero, if you think there's a problem with the price, you can go to other inns and ask. The Genius Assembly is going to be held soon, so almost all the inns in Sky Connection City are full. For example, the area in the center of the city costs at least 1,000,000 spirit stones per night. The waiter seemed to see through Qin Feng's doubts and hurriedly explained with a smile. Qin Feng realized that he had misunderstood. He thought that the waiter was trying to cheat him. But before he could take out the spirit stones, a sneer came from outside the door. Humph! You can't even afford 100,000 spirit stones, so why are you staying in an inn? You can just go to the wilderness outside the city for a few nights. Qin Feng turned around and didn't recognize the newcomer. However, he recognized the other party's clothing. It was the clothing of Yu Wanchio's 5-star sect, the Sky Lake sect. A group of 5 people came. The white-robed man walking in front had the highest cultivation, and he was at Void Spirit Realm Level 1. The 4 cultivators behind him seemed to be the Void Spirit Realm Man's junior brothers, and they were all at the late True Spirit Realm. This kind of strength would be shocking in the northern Sand Continent, but it was only average in the southern Flat Continent. What are you looking at? You don't recognize me? Then listen carefully. I am the little elder of the 5-star sect, Sky Lake sect, Yunyan. If you know what's good for you, then scram. I want that guest room. Yunyan had a domineering aura, and when he spoke, his body erupted with powerful true essence, pressuring the waiter so much that he almost fainted. However, Qin Feng's expression did not change, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Because of Yu Zhong, he had a bad impression of the Sky Lake sect. What if I don't? Qin Feng's voice was cold. Yunyan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Qin Feng to say that. The genius meet was about to be held, and Yunyan was not a fool. He knew that heroes from various sects had come to Tiantong City, so he had to keep a low profile. Otherwise, he would easily be beaten back to his original state. The reason why he was so arrogant was because he had already seen through Qin Feng's cultivation. He was merely a level 7 true spirit cultivator, so he could suppress him. What did you say, kid? Believe it or not, Elder Yunyan can kill you with one palm. You're just an ant at level 7 true spirit. There's no need for Elder Yunyan to make a move. I can destroy you. The 4 disciples standing behind you, Nyan, jumped up. None of them cared about Qin Feng. The waiter stood at the side with a troubled expression. He really wanted to say that Qin Feng had come with the young elder of the 6-star sect, the 100 Intentions sect, but now that the people from the 100 Intentions sect had left, there was no point in saying that. Qin Feng did not care about Yunyan and the others at all. He was about to kill the 5 of them to help Yu Wanqiu vent her anger when he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly retracted his aura. Kid, why aren't you moving? Don't tell me you're afraid. Yunyan sneered. Qin Feng felt a lingering fear as he thought about how sinister Yunyan was. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly recalled Zhao Chongqing's instructions. All fighting was prohibited in Tiantong City. Otherwise, no matter who you were, you would be severely punished. Just a few seconds ago, Qin Feng felt a few powerful divine senses sweep over. These divine senses were different from the ones he had sensed when he first entered Tiantong City, but they were all powerful beings whose cultivation he could not see through. The strength of Tiantong City was beyond Qin Feng's expectations. He became more and more curious about the identity of this city's city lord. Such a powerful city was probably even more powerful than the few 7-star sects in the South Flat Continent. Chapter 1934. I'm just in the 7th true spirit realm. How could I be your match? Why aren't you attacking? Qin Feng calmed down. A cold glint flashed in Yunyan's eyes. He realized that Qin Feng hadn't taken the bait. Humph! This old man is the little elder of the Sky Lake sect. Wouldn't it be a disgrace for me to lay my hands on a junior like you? Then let the 4 disciples behind you attack. I promise I won't fight back, Qin Feng said with a smirk. They rolled their eyes in anger. This was Tiantong City. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Realizing that Qin Feng was not a rookie who had come to Tiantong City for the first time, Yunyan dispelled the thought of provoking him. He said coldly, although Tiantong City doesn't allow fighting, we're all from the South Flat continent. I've already remembered your appearance. If you don't leave the room today, the Tianhu sect won't let you off in the future. Qin Feng didn't know how many people had threatened him, but this kind of threat seemed weak and powerless to him. If there's nothing else, then scram. It was in Tiantong City that you guys managed to keep your lives, Qin Feng said indifferently. Yunyan's group was so angry that their lungs were about to explode. A true Spirit Realm 7 ant was using Tiantong City's rules to bully others. No matter how they looked at it, they deserved a beating. However, the 5 of them did not dare to make a move. When Yunyan saw that he could not get the room, he did not want to stay and embarrass himself. He glared fiercely at Qin Feng before waving his sleeves and leaving. Bring me to my room. I want to stay here for 5 days. Qin Feng did not even look at Yunyan and company. He threw the storage ring containing 500,000 spirit stones on the table. The waiter jolted awake. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he led Qin Feng upstairs. The inns in Tiantong City were built similar to the Huaxia Hotel. Qin Feng stayed in a standard single room with a wooden table and a wooden chair. There was also a sofa under the windowsill and a quilt on the bed in the corner of the room. It was completely different from the bluestone beds in the Divine Continent. Qin Feng subconsciously went to the washroom. He didn't see a toilet, but there was a porcelain bathtub. Who exactly is the city lord of Tiantong City? To be able to build a metropolis in a place like the South Ping State where cultivation flourishes. Qin Feng muttered to himself. He couldn't figure it out no matter how much he racked his brains. After throwing away these chaotic thoughts, he sat on the bed and began to cultivate. There were still 3 days until the genius competition, and he wanted to break through to the 8th true spirit realm. But at noon on the 2nd day of seclusion, Zhao Chongqing brought Zhao Ziyu and the others to visit. When Zhao Ziyu saw that Qin Feng was alive, she was overjoyed. She immediately took out a level 7 spirit herb, 100 Immortals flower, and gave it to Qin Feng. Young Hero Qiao, it's great that you're all right. We agreed that I'll return this spirit herb to you the next time we meet. A level 7 spiritual herb was incomparably precious in the South Flat continent. When Zhao Ziyu took it out, the disciples were dumbfounded. This 100 Immortals flower leaf was no longer very useful to Qin Feng, but Zhao Ziyu took it out as soon as they met. This was enough to show this little old man's character. As a 6-star sect, the 100 Intentions sect attached great importance to this year's competition of geniuses. However, the great elder of the 100 Intentions sect and the others were staying in an inn in the center of the city. It could be seen that the inn in the center of the city not only required expensive spirit stones, but also a high status. Zhao Ziyu and the others stayed in Qin Feng's room. For cultivators, as long as there was an empty space, they could cultivate or rest. Because of the arrival of the 100 Intentions sect, Qin Feng couldn't enter the astral space to cultivate. Moreover, he didn't dare to enter the astral space. However, after staying in the astral space for a day, when he came out, he discovered that a dozen or so powerful divine senses were alternately sweeping through the area he was in. The density and frequency were several times higher than before. He suspected that these experts might have discovered that he had suddenly disappeared. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was time for the competition of geniuses. Qin Feng followed Zhao Ziyu and the others to a large plaza in the center of Tiantong City. Although this plaza wasn't as vast and boundless as the one in Panshan City, it was still a relatively large area. Moreover, the construction of the area was very high class, and it exuded the feeling of a modern city. There was already a large group of cultivators gathered outside the plaza. Although many cultivators intentionally suppressed their auras, the majestic auras surging outside the plaza were earth-shattering. Some low-level cultivators found it hard to breathe just by standing in the crowd. Qin Feng didn't feel much. Although he was currently at True Spirit Realm 7, his dense true essence was something that even Nihility God Realm cultivators couldn't achieve. Groups continuously rushed over. By noon, there were already hundreds of thousands of people gathered outside the plaza. The spectacular scene was comparable to when Qin Feng had participated in the 13 Palaces expedition. Qin Feng had participated in the North Sand Continent's Genius Competition and obtained the title of #1 genius. However, after participating in the South Flat Continent's Genius Competition, he realized that the cultivation standards of the two continents were on a completely different level. There were many sects in the South Flat Continent. There were as many 3- and 4-star sects as there were hairs on a cow. Even 5-star sects were relatively common. In the North Sand Continent, 5-star sects could be counted on one's fingers. They were already at the top of the list. Most of the sects around him were unfamiliar to Qin Feng. However, he also saw a few familiar sections. Yuan Song sect, which had killed a few elders in the 13 Palaces expedition. Yunyan and the others from Sky Lake sect who had fought over a room with him 3 days ago. 6-star refining sect Xingkuan sect. 6-star formation sect Wen Qi Feng from 10,000 formation sect, Qilin Mountain, Guxiaoyao. Qin Feng also saw ancient cauldron sects Hong Fei. When he saw this person, he became nervous. Actually, with his current strength, he didn't even need to worry about the entire ancient cauldron sect, much less the Nihility God Realm Level 2 Hong Fei. However, Hong Fei knew that he had obtained the spirit turtle shell from the coiling dragon mountain cave. If he leaked this news to Xingkuan sect, he would be in big trouble. Qin Feng immediately planned to change back to his original appearance. However, he eventually gave up on this idea. Right now, he was surrounded by cultivators. Among them, there was no lack of peak Nihility God realm and body condensation realm experts. There were even a few cauldron-filling state experts. If he changed his appearance in front of these people, he would only be noticed faster. However, the main reason why he decided to participate in the Genius Assembly as Qiaofeng was because he knew that fighting was not allowed in Sky Connection City. Even if Hong Fei, the Xingkuan sect, or even Gu Xiaoya recognized him, he would at least be safe in Sky Connection City. After this Genius competition, Qin Feng knew that he would definitely become famous. At that time, he would change to Qin Feng's identity and escape from everyone's sight. After all the pros and cons flashed through his mind, Qin Feng calmed down. Right now, he had no way out. He had to first become famous in the Genius competition, then find Qin Duo Air and take her away. At noon, a shadow appeared in the sky above the square. As for when he appeared, not many of the 100,000 cultivators outside the square knew. No one knew the identity of the person. They only felt that his aura was vague. One moment it was majestic and ferocious, the next moment it was calm. Which expert is this? South Pingzhou is indeed a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Many cultivators discussed. It should be a senior from Sky Connection City. It's said that the city lord of Sky Connection City disappeared after building the city. He left a few capable disciples to guard the city. In the past 100 years, Sky Connection City has been safe and sound. Even the 7-star sects don't dare to behave atrociously here. I'm already body condensation realm late stage, but I can't see through this senior's cultivation. He's at least cauldron filling state. Qin Feng was also shocked by the person's powerful cultivation. However, he was even more surprised that this person might have a system. The moment this person appeared, a system notification sounded in Qin Feng's mind. System crisis notification. An owner of a variant system has appeared within 10 miles. Ever since he came to the Divine Mainland, Qin Feng hadn't met another owner of a system. When he defeated Ling Jiutian in the Divine Mainland, he thought that the system would disappear. It seemed that Ling Jiutian wasn't the one who created the system. According to the system owners that Qin Feng had met, there seemed to be 2 types of systems. One was the sovereign system, such as his Hedonist sovereign system, Shui Air's sovereign superstar system, Hui Xiao's sovereign mecha system, Lei Wanzhong's sovereign modification system, and the sovereign peace system that he had gifted to the dragon god. The other type was the sovereign system. So far, Qin Feng had only met Ling Jiutian's sovereign hero system. Now that the hedonist sovereign system notified him that a variant system had appeared, it was obvious that the other party's system wasn't the hedonist sovereign system. It was likely to be the sovereign system, or it could be a system that Qin Feng didn't know about. Regardless, Qin Feng knew that the other party's system level wouldn't be lower than his. Otherwise, the hedonist sovereign system wouldn't have given him an emergency notification. After thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, Qin Feng immediately deactivated the hedonist sovereign system. Then he felt the cultivator floating in the air sweep over him with a powerful divine sense, causing Qin Feng to break out in a cold sweat. Regardless of whether the other party's system was as powerful as Qin Feng's, the other party's realm was clearly much higher than his. Qin Feng thought that if the hedonist sovereign system was discovered, he would be captured in the next second without any chance to resist. Fortunately, after a few seconds, he didn't see any movement from the elder floating in the air. His divine sense swept over the area where Qin Feng was standing before finally retracting it. Everyone, today's genius competition officially begins. I will be the witness of the competition. Just like the previous genius competitions, the life and death of the participating cultivators will be determined by the heavens. No one is allowed to take revenge or kill within Tiantong City. Even if there are any grudges, they can wait until you leave Tiantong City. The age limit for participating cultivators is 50 years old or younger. Sects can send at most 3 disciples to participate. Rogue cultivators must be at the true spirit realm to be eligible to participate. Registration begins now and will end in an hour. As the elder finished speaking, the illusory figure dissipated in the air. That powerful aura also dissipated, as if he had never appeared. The plaza was in an uproar. All the large sects went to the registration stone to register. It turned out that the several hundred huge stones around the plaza were all registration stones. As long as the participating cultivator's name and sect were engraved on the stone, it would be considered a success. Looking at the dense mass of people in the plaza, Qin Feng wondered how long he would have to wait to register. Even if he had more than 300 registration stones, it wouldn't be enough. But he quickly realized that he was wrong. The registration speed was extremely fast. Before the time it took for an incense stick to burn, it was already his turn to engrave his name on the registration stone. Chapter 1935. Soon, Qin Feng figured out the reason. Even though there were many cultivators on the plaza, how many of them were at the true spirit realm? Sects were only allowed to send 3 disciples to participate, so most of the cultivators gathered outside were here to watch the show. However, after the registration ended, the number of participants surprised Qin Feng. There were actually more than 10,000 participants. Moreover, the South Flat State selection system was similar to the North Sand States. Only the top 100 would be counted, and only the top 10 would be considered famous in the South Flat State. 10 geniuses out of 10,000 people. This was 1 in 1,000. Qin Feng began to consider another matter. With over 10,000 cultivators participating in the competition, how long would it take for them to determine the top 10? Ever since the system's warning appeared, he didn't want to stay in Tiantong City for a moment longer. If it wasn't for taking his sister away, he would have left long ago. At this moment, the figure in the air appeared again. The registration has ended. We will now proceed to the first segment of the Genius competition, Maze Valley Survival. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder in the sky waved his sleeve. Instantly, a giant array door appeared in the empty square. When the array door appeared, everyone began to discuss it. Some cultivators looked excited, as if they knew what this array door meant. Everyone quiet down. I will first introduce the rules of the Maze Valley survival. Because there are too many cultivators participating in the genius competition, it takes a lot of time and effort to compete. Therefore, before the actual competition, there will be a Maze Valley survival test. The Maze Valley survival is a secret space. There is no danger inside, and those who enter can come out on their own. Every time the secret space opens, it can last for an hour. Those who can last until the secret space closes will advance to the next round, and the rest will be eliminated. This was Qin Feng's first time participating in the South Flat States Genius Competition, so he didn't know these rules. He was just worrying about how long the competition would last, and didn't expect a Maze Valley survival test to appear. Senior Zhao, is the elimination rate of the Maze Valley survival test high? Qin Feng immediately asked Zhao Ziyu. Zhao Ziyu frowned and said, very high. Based on past genius meetings, the survival rate of the Maze Valley is only 1 in 300. 1 out of 300? Qin Feng quickly calculated. This way, after the first round of the Maze Valley survival test, there would only be 300 cultivators left to compete. He was pleasantly surprised. This kind of competition speed was exactly what he wanted. Zhao Ziyu didn't know what Qin Feng was thinking. She said worriedly, young hero Qiao, the survival of the Maze Valley is actually very disadvantageous to independent cultivators. After you go in, go with Zhao Hongxia's 3 disciples. You can take care of each other. Confused, Qin Feng asked, why is it disadvantageous to independent cultivators? This time, Zhao Chongqing explained, young hero Qiao, this is your first time participating in the genius competition, so you might not know this. The secret territory of the Maze Valley is an empty battlefield. There is no danger in the Maze Valley itself, but the cultivators who enter will kill each other. Sects can only send 3 disciples to participate in the competition, and rogue cultivators can enter alone. Qin Feng immediately understood that this was a 3-against-1 situation. It seemed that if a rogue cultivator wanted to achieve good results in the South Flat Continent's Genius Conference, he would need to be more talented and powerful than a sect's cultivator. Just as Zhao Chongqing was warning Qin Feng about the things to pay attention to in the maze, a divine sense swept over him from the side of the square. Sect Master! That brat really came to participate in the genius competition. Hong Fei revealed an excited expression. The 2 people standing beside him immediately used their divine senses to scan Qin Feng. When they saw that Qin Feng was only at the true spirit realm, contempt flashed through their eyes. Hong Fei, this is your chance to make up for your mistakes. Go find the brat in the Maze Valley and take all his treasures, the sect master of the ancient cauldron sect, Hong Pingyan, said indifferently. Hong Fei felt helpless. Originally, only he knew about the secret of the spirit turtle shell. Now that the sect master knew about it too, he even treated him as a sinner. Don't worry, sect master. I was tricked by that brat on Coiled Dragon Mountain last time. Otherwise, how would he be my opponent with his cultivation? The ancient cauldron sect was not the only sect master who had their eyes on Qin Feng. There were many divine senses in the crowd that swept over Qin Feng as well. When the Tianhu sect's Yunyan discovered Qin Feng, he sneered. 3 days ago, he failed to snatch Qin Feng's room. Today he was determined to teach this and a lesson. Yi Bing of the Qilin Mountain was also laughing. He was 49 years old this year, just enough to qualify for the genius competition. Originally, he wanted to place in the top 100 and then try to enter the top 10. Now, it seemed like he had another mission to kill. When these people's divine senses swept over, Qin Feng sensed it long ago. However, he did not care about it at all. He did not even bother to trace the origin of the divine senses. This was because these people's cultivation was too low, and Qin Feng only cared about the divine senses of those at the peak of the Void God realm and above. Many cultivators had already leapt into the formation gate leading to the Maze Valley. Under Zhao Ziyu and Zhao Chongqing's strong suggestion, Qin Feng followed the 3 participating disciples of the 100 Thought sect. Actually, he planned to enter alone because he knew that many hidden enemies would come looking for him. If he really met them, he would implicate Zhao Hongxia and the other two. When his body touched the array door, Qin Fin felt a sharp pain in his mind. This reaction surprised him. After absorbing more than 2,000 soul crystals, his sea of consciousness had improved twice. Now, the strength of his soul was comparable to the late stage or even the peak of the empty God realm. In the past, unless the distance was very far, Qin Fin's sea of consciousness would feel a sharp pain. It could be seen that the Maze Valley secret realm was very far from Tiantong City. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Fin felt his feet touch the ground. Just as he landed, he heard fighting and cursing. Qin Fin did not care about those people and immediately left on his flying sword. He planned to get rid of Zhao Hongxia and the other two. Before entering, Qin Fin had already checked the cultivation of Zhao Hongxia and the other two. Zhao Hongxia was only 45 years old, but had already stepped into the Void God Realm Level 2. The other two disciples were also at the peak of the true spirit realm. Although this wasn't much in the South Pingzhou state, it was already very impressive for cultivators below 50 years old. Qin Fin was not worried that Zhao Hongxia and the other two would encounter any trouble. Ordinary cultivators would avoid them if they saw them wearing the uniform of the 6-star sect, 100 Intention sect. After traveling on the flying sword for an unknown period of time, 3 black shadows landed on a mountain peak in front of Qin Fin. Haha, grandson surnamed Qiao, how dare you steal this old man's treasure? Hand it over. The voice was very familiar. Qin Fin scanned the mountain peak with his divine sense and confirmed that it was Hong Fei. There were 2 people standing beside Hong Fei. One was a true spirit realm 8 and the other was a true spirit realm 9. From the looks of it, these 2 and Hong Fei were the 3 cultivators representing the Ancient Cauldron sect in the Genius competition. Chapter 1936. Qin Fin stopped on the mountain peak. He was not forced to stop by Hong Fei and the other 2, but on purpose. Among all his enemies, the one Qin Fin was most wary of was not Gu Xiaoyao of the 7-star sect, nor was it Elder One Qi Feng of the 6-star sect, but Hong Fei of the 5-star sect, the Ancient Cauldron sect. Whether it was Gu Xiaoyao, One Qi Feng, or the Celestial Gourd, some of these enemies did not recognize him, and some only had personal conflicts with him. However, Hong Fei knew that he had obtained the spirit tortoise shell from the coiling Dragon Mountain cave, and that the spirit tortoise shell was the key to opening the door of life. The Mountain of Life's secret was too important. Whether it was the 4 spirit marrow ponds and over 1,000 spirit crystals, or the tree of life, one of the 10 great immortal herbs of the divine continent, any news of it would cause a frenzy among the South Pingzhou continent's cultivators. Qin Fin was worried about not having a chance to kill Hong Fei, but he did not expect Hong Fei to come knocking on his door. You old fart, I let you escape from coiling Dragon Mountain and live to this day. However, after today, there will be no more scum like you in the South Pingzhou continent. Qin Fin was filled with anger when he recalled the expedition to coiling Dragon Mountain. Hong Fei had colluded with his disciple, Peng Go, to cheat everyone. If Qin Fin was not proficient in array formations, he would have died in the 7 Snakes array. Qin Fin could not help but recall the expedition to Thousand Insect Valley not long ago. That team was the one he was most satisfied with. Everyone advanced and retreated together, and they protected each other through life and death. His words stunned Hong Fei, and even the playful smile on his face froze. That expedition to coiling Dragon Mountain was an accident. He was defeated because he underestimated his enemy. He thought that Qin Fin would be so scared that he would run for his life or kneel and beg for mercy when he met him again. He did not expect Qin Fin to be so arrogant. Humph, you're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. You're just an ant at level 7 true spirit. I don't know where you get the confidence to talk to Elder Hong Fei. The 2 Ancient Cauldron sect disciples were enraged, and they glared at Qin Fen fiercely. Qin Fen did not care. He used his divine senses to scan the surroundings and realized that there was not a single cultivator in the vicinity. Sensing Qin Feng's divine sense, Hong Fei laughed. "Ha ha! Don't expect anyone to come and save you. I specifically chose this desolate and uninhabited place to wait for you. Hurry up and hand it over, and I'll give you a quick death." Qin Fen found it funny. He didn't use his divine sense to look for helpers, but to prevent anyone from coming over and ruining his plan to silence them. However, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to act. He pretended to ask, "What is it?" Hong Fei stared at him. "Stop pretending. If you didn't find the life mountain of the 13 palaces and obtain the treasures inside, how could you break through to the 7th true spirit realm in such a short period of time?" When the 2 disciples heard about the mountain of life, their eyes shone with a fiery light. Clearly, they had just found out about Qin Feng. Oh, what was the mountain of life? What treasures are inside? Qin Feng continued to play dumb. He wanted to see if Hong Fei knew what was hidden in the gate of life. You know best what's inside. However, from today onwards, those things belong to me. Hong Fei revealed an extremely evil smile. At that moment, even the 2 disciples found him to be a little unfamiliar. Qin Feng immediately guessed Hong Fei's intentions. This old fellow wanted to take the treasures in the gate of life for himself. It was even possible that he would flee with the ancient cauldron sect after obtaining the treasures. At the same time, Qin Feng guessed that Hong Fei might have only heard of the Mountain of Life, but he didn't know what was inside. It wasn't just him who didn't know. Probably all the cultivators in the South Flat Continent didn't know. Otherwise, just the Tree of Life, which had one of the 10 great immortal herbs, would be enough for trillions of cultivators in the South Flat Continent to risk their lives to explore it. After thinking this through, Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of the news of him obtaining the spirit turtle shell being leaked. He was afraid that someone would know that the Mountain of Life had the Tree of Life and the Spirit Marrow Pool. If that happened, he would become the target of all the cultivators in the South Flat Continent. "You ant, I'll give you another 10 seconds. If you don't hand over the treasures, I'll kill you immediately." Hong Fei was getting impatient. "Noisy!" Qin Feng bellowed and casually stabbed out with his spear. A corporeal spear radiance, condensed from quintessential essence, appeared in the sky. The ferocious aura was like a landslide, stunning Hong Fei on the spot. With a loud bang, Hong Fei exploded into pieces. His 2 clones didn't manage to escape the aftermath of the explosion either. Before he died, his old eyes were wide open. He couldn't accept the fact that he had been instantly killed by a true spirit realm cultivator. The 2 disciples' legs were trembling. They couldn't even muster a trace of quintessential essence. However, Qin Feng didn't kill the 2 of them. Instead, he revealed a solemn expression and used his divine senses to search the surrounding space. "Little pig, this mystic realm is a little strange." Qin Feng communicated telepathically. When he stabbed out with his spear, he felt like he was being watched. "Master, I don't understand either. Be careful." Little Pig frowned. Although it looked very serious, it made people want to laugh. However, Qin Feng couldn't laugh. He really felt that he was being watched when he stabbed out with his spear. However, he couldn't find a single shadow after scanning the area with his divine senses. As soon as he came back to his senses, the 2 disciples of the ancient cauldron sect flew away. Before they could disappear into the distance, a giant hand of quintessential essence fell and crushed them into pieces. Qin Feng frowned again. He felt like he was being watched again. The feeling was very strong, but he couldn't find the person hiding in the dark. After searching with his divine senses a few times, he still couldn't find anything. However, there were a few groups of cultivators flying over from afar. They were chasing an early-stage, true spirit realm cultivator. Qin Fen recognized the cultivator being chased. He was Cui Cheng, the one who sold him the Immortal Blossom Stone at the Pan Shan Market Square's goods exchange. The Immortal Blossom Stone was an ordinary stone flower found in the immortal world. In the divine supreme mainland, it was a rare immortal stone. Qin Feng was very grateful to Cui Qing. However, after buying the immortal flower stone, he was afraid of attracting the attention of other cultivators, so he left immediately. Now that Cui Qing was in trouble, he couldn't just stand by and watch. It's you, Senior. Cui Qing was delighted when he saw Qin Feng flying over. However, he immediately panicked and said, Senior, leave quickly. Those are cultivators from the sections. They won't let us go. Seeing that Qin Feng was alone, Cui Qing naturally thought that he was also a rogue cultivator. Qin Feng already understood. Just as Zhao Chongqing had said, this maze mystic realm was very disadvantageous to rogue cultivators. However, before Qin Feng could leave, a laugh was heard. Haha, another rogue cultivator. These two pieces of trash can be eliminated. Because of Qin Feng's appearance, Cui Qing slowed down his flying sword. It was also this gap that allowed the cultivators behind him to catch up. Cui Qing realized that he could no longer escape, so he simply landed on a mountain peak. He didn't have any intention of blaming Qin Feng. He cupped his fists and said, Senior, we're no match for those sect disciples. Why don't we withdraw together? Before opening the maze mystic realm, the floating old man had said that they could enter and leave the secret realm at will. However, as long as they left the secret realm, they would be eliminated and would not be able to enter the competition. Of course, Qin Feng wouldn't withdraw. He was aiming for one of the South Plains state's top 10 geniuses. After looking at Cui Qing's cultivation, Qin Feng said, You're only in the true spirit realm. If you leave now and find a place without anyone to hide, you might be able to last until the secret realm closes. Cui Qing looked at him in confusion and said, Senior, you're not planning on withdrawing? There's no need to withdraw. I don't care about those ants. Qin Feng's voice was indifferent. Cui Qing looked at the dozens of people on the opposite mountain peak. These people were formed by disciples from over a dozen sections. The weakest among them was a 4-star sect, and the weakest was in the middle stage of the true spirit realm. Senior, you want to fight with them? Cui Qing rolled his eyes. Qin Feng's voice was firm. You don't need to worry about me. Quickly leave this place and find a place without anyone to hide. Before Cui Qing could leave, someone on the opposite mountain shouted, You two ants, why aren't you withdrawing? Otherwise you'll die when we attack. The man speaking was at the Hollow God Realm Level 1 and was wearing the Wind Movement Sect's clothes. He was the Wind Movement Sect's most talented eldest disciple, Kuxing. He had reached the Hollow God Realm before 50 years old. Even for the South Plains State's 5-star sects, it was rare for disciples to reach the Hollow God Realm before 50 years old. So, Kuxing had high hopes for the sect this time. The sect had given him the goal of entering the top 50 of the genius competition. Seeing a Hollow God Realm expert jump out, Cui Qing was so scared that he didn't know how to speak. However, he didn't run, which made Qin Feng feel warmth in his heart. I've killed many people from the Wind Movement sect, including 2 little elders. It looks like you'll be the next one. Qin Feng's voice was indifferent, but it contained a powerful aura that reverberated through the mountains. The cultivators on the opposite mountain were stunned. They never thought that a true spirit realm 7 rogue cultivator would dare say this kind of crazy words. Kuxing's expression changed, and he said with a savage expression, You killed Kuzhu and Elder Ku Hai? Qin Feng didn't deny it. The anger on Kuxing's face suddenly turned into shock. Those 2 little elders had reached the Hollow God Realm. Had they really been killed by this kid? Humph. You dare to be disrespectful to the Wind Movement sect? Let me teach you a lesson. Kuxing quickly calmed down. He didn't believe that a true spirit realm 7 cultivator could kill a Hollow God Realm expert. He turned into a sword shadow and charged towards the opposite mountain. While he was flying, his body exploded with true essence. The aura swept through the sky, giving the true spirit realm cultivators a strong impact. Many people had a playful look on their faces. It was as if they could see Qin Feng being killed instantly. However, they suddenly heard a loud explosion, causing everyone to be confused. Ku Xing clearly hadn't reached Qin Feng yet. So how could there be an explosion? Where did senior brother Ku Xing go? Not good. That kid must have a magic treasure. He killed big brother Ku Xing. A true spirit realm cultivator killed Hollow God realm expert? And he killed instantly? How is that possible? This kid isn't simple. Everyone attack together and kill him to take revenge for big brother Ku Xing. Chapter 1937. Everyone was shocked by the fact that Qin Feng had instantly killed a Hollow God level 1 cultivator, but they weren't afraid of him. After all, there were more than 10 sect disciples gathered on the opposite mountain peak, and there were many Hollow God experts among them. To them, Qin Feng probably had a very powerful magic treasure, and with a sneak attack he was able to kill Ku Xing swish. In an instant, 5 black figures flew towards the opposite mountain peak. One of them was a Hollow God level 2 expert, and the other 4 were peak true spirit disciples. Such a formation was already considered strong among the cultivators under 50 years old. Seeing the 5 people attack at the same time, the remaining 20 people even gave up on the idea of attacking. Instantly, sword and blade lights covered the mountain peak that Qin Feng was on. Cui Cheng felt like he was surrounded by the aura of death, and despair rose in his heart. He didn't understand why Qin Feng wanted to fight the sect disciples head-on. This way, not only would he be eliminated, he wouldn't even be able to keep his life. The aura of the sword and blade had already exploded, and the ferocious true essence made it hard for Cui Cheng to breathe. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a silver light flash. It seemed to be a spear shadow, and it was very small at first, but in an instant it condensed into a huge true essence spear chi. Boom, boom, boom. The true essence spear chi was extremely ferocious, and it seemed like it was about to condense into a physical spear. The sword chi was instantly dispersed, and it was as easy as cutting tofu. The silver spear continued to fly with an unstoppable aura. The 5 people that were rushing over suddenly froze in midair, and a loud sound came from their bodies. They didn't even land on the mountain peak that Qin Feng was on, and their souls were scattered. How is this possible? The sect disciples were shocked. Who is that kid? When did such a heaven-defying monster appear in the South Pingzhou state? He must have hidden his strength. Don't tell me he used a beauty pill to change his appearance. The Maze Valley Mystic Realm doesn't allow cultivators above 50 years old to enter, or else they will be automatically ejected. This kid is indeed a cultivator below 50 years old, but his strength is too strong. He should be a disciple of a 6 or even 7-star sect. The sect disciples discussed, but no one dared to attack. After Qin Feng killed the 5 people with 1 spear, he stood on the mountain peak in a daze and seemed to be in deep thought. That spear attack made him feel like he was being watched again. This feeling was very strong, and it definitely wasn't an illusion. But after Qin Feng's divine sense swept a few kilometers, he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Apart from the group of sect cultivators on the opposite mountain, there was no one else. Qin Feng even suspected that there was a surveillance formation in the Maze Valley secret realm. This kind of surveillance formation was very high level. It could only be set up by a level 6 formation grandmaster. The effect of the surveillance formation was similar to the surveillance cameras in China. It could record everything that happened inside the formation. Although Qin Feng couldn't set up a monitoring array, as a rank 5 spirit array master, it wasn't difficult for him to discover a monitoring array. However, there was nothing in this secret realm. He couldn't even sense a trace of the array's aura. There were no powerful cultivators or any formation, so why did he feel like he was being watched? Since there that he was, that he, Feng, Qin there, Qin and there, and there, he there, he, that was one and there, Qin, he there, that there, he Feng a sect and he. The dozens of flying ships landed on the mountain peak, and each ship had at least 2 people. This way, there were more than 50 sect cultivators gathered on the opposite mountain peak. Among the crowd, there were some new sects, and they were all disciples of 5-star sections. There was even a 6-star family, and Qin Feng knew this 6-star family, the Jiang family. There were 3 people in the Jiang family team, and Jiang Fei was one of them. Jiang Fei was already at level 2 of the Nihility God realm, but he wasn't the strongest. The cultivator in front of him was at level 5 of the Nihility God realm. What's going on here? The Nihility God realm level 5 cultivator asked. He had the highest cultivation in the group, and the other cultivators immediately reported the situation. Senior Jiang Zhu, there are 2 rogue cultivators over there. They didn't want to withdraw from the competition, and they killed a few of our fellow cultivators. Senior Jiang, be careful. Although that guy looks like he's only at level 7 of the true spirit realm, he killed 2 Nihility God realm cultivators. Jiang Zhu's gaze landed on Qin Feng, and he was stunned by his young appearance. One had to know that cultivators under 50 years old wouldn't consume beauty pills. So Qin Feng was already a genius among geniuses for being at level 7 of the true spirit realm. Moreover, this person killed Nihility God realm cultivators at the true spirit realm. This wasn't just shocking, it was unbelievable. As a disciple of a 6-star family, Jiang Zhu was very knowledgeable. He knew that there were countless geniuses in the South Flat Continent, so he would never let his guard down. What's your name? Jiang Zhu's expression was cold. Before Qin Feng could say anything, Jiang Fei had already recognized him. It's you. Not long ago, you teamed up with Zhao Ziyu to explore the 10,000 Insect Valley, right? It would have been better if Jiang Fei didn't mention this, but once he did, Qin Feng got angry. Back then, when they had just entered the deeper regions of the 10,000 Insect Valley, they had been robbed by Jiang Yian and the others. Although there were no treasures in the storage ring that Qin Feng had given them, being robbed still made him feel very embarrassed. Moreover, Qin Feng and Jiang Fei had deep enmity. When they were still in the Purple Cloud Valley, Jiang Fei and Tai Sec's Zhang Baishan had tricked him into breaking the 7-star formation. After he killed Zhang Baishan and the others, Jiang Fei used the escape talisman to escape. Jiang Fei had Jiang Yuan and Jiang Bieli, the 2 body condensation realm elders, protecting him in the 10,000 Insect Valley. Otherwise, Qin Feng would have killed him. Junior Jiang Fei, do you know this person? Jiang Zhu asked. Jiang Fei sneered. Senior brother Jiang Zhu, this person was exploring the 1,000 Insect Valley 3 months ago, and Elder Jiang Yan took away his spirit herb. There's no need for us to waste words with him. If he refuses to withdraw from the competition, we'll kill him. Jiang Zhu's worries disappeared. He was now at Nihility God Realm Level 5, a middle-stage Nihility God Realm expert. Why would he be afraid of a true spirit Realm 7 ant? Even if this true spirit Realm 7 youth could kill an early-stage Nihility God Realm expert, he definitely couldn't kill a middle-stage Nihility God Realm expert. This kind of thing had never happened in the South Flat Continent before. Kid, hand over your storage ring and back out of the competition. I can let you live. Jiang Zhu looked righteous, but he was even more malicious than Jiang Fei. He had his eyes on Qin Feng's storage ring. With Qin Feng's cultivation reaching the late true spirit realm at such a young age, he believed that there were many treasures in his storage ring. Seeing more than 30 sect disciples fly over, Cui Cheng lost all confidence. He quickly said to Qin Feng, Senior, give them the storage ring. Where there's life, there's hope. Jiang Zhu was very satisfied with Cui Cheng's performance. Although he wasn't interested in Chui Cheng's storage ring to set an example for Qin Feng, he said, "Hand over your storage ring and back out of the maze valley." Before Chui Cheng could move, Qin Feng's indifferent voice was heard. "What right do you have to take our storage rings?" His words stunned the 50 or so people on the opposite mountain peak. This was a difficult question to answer, but it was also an extremely idiotic question. Everyone knew that the divine supreme continent was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Cultivation represented everything. If a cultivator with a high cultivation realm wanted you to die, you wouldn't have any other choice, let alone taking your storage ring. From everyone's point of view, Jiang Zhu's cultivation was much higher than Qin Feng's. It was reasonable for him to ask Qin Feng and Chui Cheng to hand over their storage rings. Do you have a reason not to hand over your storage rings? Jiang Zhu smiled after being stunned for a while. Qin Feng couldn't help but think of the peaceful world on Earth. He missed it, although China also had the phenomenon of the strong preying on the weak. As a whole, everyone developed and coexisted equally. He even wondered if there would be a day where he could establish a peaceful coexistence in the divine continent. Sky Connection City seemed to be that kind of place. My reason is that as a cultivator, everyone is equal. You have no right to take our storage rings. Qin Feng's blood boiled. The air seemed to freeze. The cultivators on the opposite mountain were dumbfounded. Even Chui Cheng looked at Qin Feng with a strange gaze. As a cultivator, everyone was equal. Haha, so you're just an idiot with a screw loose. How dare you say that everyone is equal in the South Pingzhou continent? Jiang Fei couldn't help but laugh when he came back to his senses. If everyone is equal, then what's the point of cultivating? The divine supreme continent wouldn't exist anymore. He really is a fellow without any ambition. I wonder how he reached the late true spirit realm? Chui Cheng lowered his head in shame as he faced the crowd's mockery. However, Qin Feng held his head high and said in a loud voice, "Nothing is absolute. All the rules are set by the strong. If the strongest cultivator on the divine supreme continent made everyone equal, would you still laugh at him?" His words echoed in everyone's mind, and the laughter stopped abruptly. No one had thought about this before, but when Qin Feng brought it up, they were suddenly enlightened. It's all a fallacy. A mere late-stage, true spirit realm dares to talk about this? You should think about your own survival first. Jiang Zhu was a bit impatient. Qin Feng continued, "Survival is important, but you ants can't threaten my life. Since you like to bully others, I'll let you feel what it's like to be bullied." Everyone rolled their eyes. They were sure that Qin Feng had a screw loose. Before Jiang Zhu could do anything, a giant true essence hand appeared in the air. A giant palm flew through the gap between the two mountains and landed on Qin Feng and Chui Cheng's heads. A wild true essence surged out. Chui Cheng knelt on the ground, unable to breathe. The sect disciples on the opposite mountain peak all sneered. The one who attacked was the nihility god level 2nd, level Jiang Fei. In their opinion, Qin Feng was already a dead man. This kind of ant had the nerve to say that everyone was equal. Chapter 1938. Laughter filled the air. Chui Cheng felt that this time he was really done for, but then he heard a loud bang. When he looked up, he saw that the huge palm print falling from the sky had instantly dissipated, and an even more powerful true essence palm print was flying towards the opposite cliff. Not good. Everyone run. Such powerful true essence. Is this the true essence of a true spirit cultivator? The palm print landed and cracked the opposite mountain. There was an explosion and giant rocks fell from the top of the mountain as if there was an earthquake. Most of the fearless sect cultivators flew away. There were some late-stage true spirit cultivators that died before they could understand what was going on in the true spirit realm. Jiang Fei ran fast, but was still injured by the true essence shockwave. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in the air, but he didn't even have time to care about his injuries as he looked at the opposite mountain in disbelief. Qin Feng's figure wasn't there, and this made Jiang Fei feel a strong sense of unease. Just as this feeling appeared, a gust of wind blew behind him, and before he could even look back, his body flew into the air once again. "Jiang Fei, do you still recognize me?" Qin Feng's cold voice sounded in Jiang Fei's mind. This was the effect of divine sense transmission. Jiang Fei subconsciously said, "Last time in the 10,000 Insect Valley, it was Elder Jiang Yan who stole your spirit grass. It has nothing to do with me. Don't kill me." Even Jiang Fei didn't realize that he was begging Qin Feng because an unprecedented sense of death enveloped his body. He felt that his life was in the other's hands, and if the other wanted, he could take his life at any time. "You think I'm talking about the 10,000 Insect Valley? I'm talking about the Purple Cloud Valley's secret realm." Qin Feng's voice sounded again. Jiang Fei was stunned. A look of panic and doubt appeared in his eyes. Of course, he knew what the Purple Cloud Valley was. A year ago, he had gone to the Purple Cloud Valley with Tai Sec's Zhang Baishan and the South Flat State's Level 5 Spirit Array Master, Husui. Jiang Fei had gone behind the sect's back to find a secret realm called the White Spirit Mountain. Actually, Jiang Fei didn't know what was inside the Bailing Spirit Mountain either. However, there was a rumor in the South Pagoda State that the strongest cultivator of the South Pagoda State had gone to the North Sand State and eventually disappeared on the Bailing Spirit Mountain outside Xixia City. In order to hide his whereabouts from the sect during that expedition, he had been very careful. How did the youth in front of him know? At the next moment, Jiang Fei's eyes shone brightly. He suddenly thought of Qin Feng, whom he had met in the Seven Stars formation. Initially, they had wanted to use Qin Feng as the array guide, but they had been killed by that lad from the northern sand region. Ever since he escaped from the North Sand Continent, Jiang Fei had always remembered Qin Feng. While he hated Qin Feng, he was also shocked by the strength of the North Sand Continent cultivators. Rumor had it that it was the cultivation wasteland of the Divine Continent, but Jiang Fei didn't think so after going there. "Why, you're Qin Feng?" Jiang Fei cried out in surprise. Actually, he didn't need Qin Feng to answer. In his heart, he had already thought of Qin Feng and Xiao Feng. He already had an answer. "You should have died more than a year ago in the primordial battlefield. I let you live for another year so you can go in peace." A powerful divine sense rushed into Jiang Fei's mind. This time, not only did he hear a voice, he immediately felt his divine sense see being attacked. This kind of attack was too foreign to him. He didn't even know how to defend against it. However, he quickly realized that this was a divine sense attack. His face was filled with shock and fear. Divine sense attacks could only be released by Nihility God realm cultivators. Only body condensation realm cultivators could produce an effective divine sense attack. However, a mere late true spirit realm cultivator actually had such a powerful divine sense. Rumble. When that powerful divine sense attack entered his mind, Jiang Fei heard a loud bang coming from his divine sense. He didn't even have the slightest chance to resist, and his consciousness quickly disappeared. His face revealed an expression like that of a puppet as he fell from the sky down the cliff. Another Nihility God realm expert had fallen. This time, no one knew how Jiang Fei had died. A strange aura engulfed the surrounding mountain range. The sect disciples felt uneasy and even wanted to retreat. "Who dared to kill my sect's disciple, Jiang Fei? Aren't you afraid that my Jiang family will take revenge?" Seeing his junior brother die, Jiang Zhu roared in anger. Qin Feng had returned to the mountain peak he was standing on. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the crazed Jiang Zhu. "Now you know how to be angry? Isn't this the principle you all follow? In this world where the strong prey on the weak, you should feel that it's natural that I killed an ant like Jiang Fei." The crowd revealed shocked expressions. Although they had already guessed that Jiang Fei had died at Qin Feng's hands, They were still surprised when Qin Fin admitted it. "How did you kill my junior brother?" Panic flashed in Jiang Zhu's eyes. Even he hadn't seen the battle clearly. "He's already dead. What's the point of asking?" "Leave your storage rings behind and withdraw from the competition. I can spare your lives." Qin Fun's words were so familiar. Now that they came out of Qin Fun's mouth, the sect disciples were enraged. However, no one dared to vent their anger. The 50-odd cultivators stood scattered on the various mountain peaks. They didn't even dare to look directly at Qin Fun's murderous gaze. They were deeply afraid that they would be killed if they weren't careful. Everyone placed their hopes on Jiang Zhu. They hoped that the #1 genius disciple of the 6-star Jiang family would step forward and kill Qin Fin to help them vent their anger. However, Jiang Zhu didn't move. This made the crowd even more uncertain. "Are you crazy? A lone cultivator dares to target a sect disciple?" Jiang Zhu finally spoke. Qin Fin smiled. "A sect disciple can bully a lone cultivator, but a lone cultivator can't bully a sect disciple? What kind of fallacy is that?" Jiang Zhu was stumped by Qin Fun's question. On the divine continents, 4 great continents, rogue cultivators were the lowest existences. This was common sense. But Qin Fin had asked such an idiotic question in a self-righteous manner. It was hard for Jiang Zhu to answer. Jiang Zhu wasn't the only one who couldn't answer. The other sect disciples couldn't either. The answer should have been simple and clear. A lone cultivator should be lower than a sect disciple. However, when Qin Fin appeared as a lone cultivator and defeated a group of sect disciples, the answer to this question changed. "Can't answer? Then let me answer it for you. Whether it's a lone cultivator or a sect disciple, there's no difference in status at birth. It's you who are arrogant and presumptuous. How dare you treat this wrong thinking as the truth? What a joke!" Qin Fun's loud voice echoed through the surrounding mountains. No one dared to refute him. Some of the sect disciples even fell into deep thought. The eyes of Cui Cheng, who had been in a state of panic and fear, brightened. After hearing Qin Feng's words, he felt as if he had woken up from a dream. He stood up from his kneeling position, puffed out his chest, and swept his resolute gaze over the sect disciples on the surrounding peaks. "My patience is limited. If you don't want to die, leave your storage rings and leave," Qin Fin shouted again. In reality, he wasn't interested in the storage rings of the sect disciples. He just wanted to teach these arrogant people a lesson. The situation had changed drastically. Originally, the sects had joined forces to suppress the lone cultivators, but now more than 20 sect disciples were being suppressed by a lone cultivator. Everyone was filled with anger, but they had nowhere to vent it. Qin Fun's strength was powerful and mysterious. Not only could he kill an empty god realm cultivator in a second, but he couldn't even capture how he did it. Because of this, Jiang Zhu didn't make a move, but Qin Fin wanted a foot after taking an inch. This made him explode. "Do you really think we're afraid of you? Everyone help me. Let's kill this arrogant guy." Jiang Zhu shouted angrily. The scattered cultivators on the various mountains attacked at the same time. More than 50 black shadows filled the sky. Ferocious aura surged from each of them. The weather changed drastically. Dark clouds surged as if the end of the world was coming. Facing such a powerful formation, Qin Fin stood on the mountain peak without any change in expression. Cui Cheng didn't run. Instead, he took on a fighting stance, which surprised Qin Fin. However, he didn't plan to let Cui Cheng help him. He said calmly, "You back off. I alone am enough." Swoosh! Cui Cheng still wanted to say something, but he heard the sharp sound of something breaking through the air. Qin Feng, who had been standing at the top of the mountain a second ago, disappeared. A moment later, a resplendent black light filled the sky and quickly swallowed up the light. Cui Cheng saw an unforgettable scene. Qin Fin reappeared. He stood in the crowd with his saber. The saber in his hand was domineering and mighty. The saber gave off a strange black glow. The black glow seemed to have the ability to swallow all light. Everywhere it went fell into darkness. It was just a simple saber slash without any saber skills at all. However, the disciples that were flying into the sky all stopped. Or rather, it wasn't them who stopped, but the entire space. This is realm. Waves surged in Chui Cheng's heart. Although he hadn't comprehended realm, he had heard of this amazing technique from his father. According to his father, only hollow spirit realm cultivators could comprehend realm, and only body condensation realm cultivators could use realm. Qin Fen was at the late true spirit realm. So how could he use realm? These questions flashed across Chui Cheng's mind. Before he could find an answer, the black saber light covered the area he was at. Chui Cheng's consciousness quickly disappeared, and he was in a deep thought state. Qin Fen formed a realm with Qin Fen at the center. Time seemed to stop in this realm, or rather, he entered another territory. In this territory, Qin Fen was the master. All living beings in the realm were killed by his saber. This wasn't the first time Qin Fen used imprisonment, but it was the first time he used it to trap dozens of cultivators. Currently, the imprisonment true artifact, Long Saber, had already become a support. Qin Fen's main method of using the realm was to rely on his powerful divine sense. After breaking through to true spirit realm 7 and his divine sense seed breaking through twice, Qin Fen was able to use the realm god technique with ease. Even if he trapped 50 cultivators at once, he didn't feel any pressure. Puchi, the sound of skin breaking, could be heard. The frozen figures exploded one after another. This scene was extremely shocking, and no one was able to appreciate it. The only person who could witness Qin Fen's glory, Chui Cheng, was also frozen on the mountain peak. Chapter 1939. Loud explosions sounded out. Every explosion signified the death of an expert. Since they were chosen by the sect to participate in the genius competition, these cultivators would not be weak. The weakest of the disciples in the boundary were at the early stage of the true spirit realm, and most of them were at the late or peak true spirit realm. There were even a few void god realm experts. With this cultivation, they would be at the peak in the northern sand state and could not be underestimated in the south flat state. However, in Qin Feng's boundary, they were as weak as ants, and their lives were completely in Qin Feng's hands. 5 minutes later, the boundary disappeared and the loud explosions died down. Qin Feng returned to the mountain peak, where Chui Cheng was standing. There were no more figures of sect disciples in the air, but the surrounding cliffs had been dyed red with blood. Senior, what happened just now? Where are those sect disciples? Chui Cheng woke up. His memory stopped at Qin Feng's domineering slash and the black glow swallowing the earth. As for what happened after that, he could not remember it no matter how hard he thought. Those people have been killed, you don't need to worry. Qin Feng's voice was calm. He was currently comprehending the insights of that slash. He found that every time he used the boundary, he would gain new insights. Chui Cheng revealed a look of disbelief as he looked around. There were no more figures of sect disciples on the mountain peak, but there was a strong smell of blood in the valley, proving that there had been an intense battle nearby. After Qin Feng sorted out his battle insights, he started to think about another problem. When he used the imprisonment slash, the feeling of being watched became even stronger. He was sure that there was someone watching him in the secret realm, but he couldn't find that person's aura. Fellow cultivator Chui Cheng, when you used your cultivation technique, did you feel like you were being watched? Qin Feng asked. Chui Cheng frowned. Senior, so you also felt that? I thought I was hallucinating. Chui Cheng's reply made Qin Feng even more worried. If he wasn't the only one being watched, then this meant that there was a monitoring array in the secret realm. But the strange thing was that Qin Feng couldn't feel any aura from the array. So where did that feeling of being watched come from? He couldn't figure this out. Chui Cheng's anxious voice sounded in his ears. Senior, we can't stay here for long. Let's find a place without people, and if we're lucky, we might be able to survive the secret realm. Shui Cheng's thoughts were also the thoughts of most rogue cultivators. This Maze Valley mystic realm was inherently disadvantageous to loose cultivators. Sect disciples usually entered in groups of 3, while loose cultivators basically fought alone. As long as they encountered sect disciples, loose cultivators would basically flee. If it weren't for Qin Feng's strength, he and Shui Cheng would have ended up like the other loose cultivators. Not only would their storage rings be snatched away, but they would also be chased out of the secret zone. Before entering the Maze Valley secret realm, Qin Feng had the same thought as Shui Cheng. As long as he hid well in this round, he might be able to advance without having to fight. However, a new idea popped up in Qin Feng's mind. He didn't plan on hiding anymore. Instead, he took the initiative to find trouble with the sect's disciples. Qin Feng was aiming for a spot in the top 10 geniuses. Regardless of whether he fought in the Maze Valley or not, he still had to fight for a spot in the top 10 geniuses after he left the secret realm. As for the Mystic Valley mystic territory, only the participating cultivators could see what was going on inside. Those who were guarding the plaza outside could not peep in at all. This was the perfect place for Qin Feng to show off his skills. Taoist Shui Cheng, do you have a way to gather all the sect disciples here? Qin Feng suddenly asked. Shui Cheng was shocked. He looked at Qin Feng with a strange expression. Senior, what do you want to do? I don't like the sect disciples. I want to gather them here and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Qin Feng did not hide his thoughts. However, this terrifying thought scared Shui Cheng silly. He was stunned for more than a minute before he spoke again. Senior, why your thoughts are too scary. Let's hide first. There are many sect cultivators participating in the Genius Meet every year. Senior can kill 1 or 2 of them. However, if you were to gather all of them, I'm afraid it would be difficult for you to deal with them alone. Although he had witnessed Qin Feng's formidable strength, Shui Cheng did not think highly of his plan. Actually, among the previous batch of cultivators, only a 6-star family had appeared. The true top geniuses of the South Flat Continent were all gathered in 7-star sections. If a genius disciple of a 7-star sect appeared later, Shui Cheng was afraid that Qin Feng would not be able to defeat him in a one-on-one fight. Don't worry about me. If you have a way to gather the sect disciples, tell me. Then, leave this place first and find a place with no one around to wait for the mystic territory to close. Qin Feng's tone was resolute. Clearly he had made up his mind. Although Shui Cheng was worried, he did not continue persuading him. He said softly, gathering the sect disciples is very simple. As long as seniors shoot something like a signal flare, those sect disciples will naturally come over. Qin Feng was enlightened. He realized that the onlooker had a clear view of the situation. He actually did not think of such a simple method. The previous batch of sect disciples that were eliminated had also used a flying sword to summon Jiang Fei and the others. With a plan, Qin Feng immediately sent out a flying sword signal. This valley mystic territory could only last for an hour. He had to make every second count and eliminate as many contestants as possible within this limited time. Qin Feng was probably the only one who dared to think and do such a thing. If other cultivators knew about this, they would definitely mock him for being arrogant. When he saw Qin Feng really send out a few flying swords, Shui Cheng was extremely depressed. However, he did not leave in the end. If not for Qin Feng's appearance, he would have been eliminated long ago. Very soon, several figures flew over. There were even some flying ships that flew past. Seeing more than 10 powerful auras rapidly approaching, Shui Cheng could not help but feel nervous. He stole a glance at Qin Feng and realized that Qin Feng was standing at the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back. He had the transcendent and indifferent demeanor of an expert. Just this state of mind and courage alone made Shui Cheng prostrate himself in admiration. Many experts appeared in the South Flat Continent every year, and many shocking things happened. However, Qin Feng was the only one who could fight against the entire continent's sect disciples alone. If he succeeded today, he would definitely be recorded in the history of the South Flat Continent. What's going on here? Some sect disciples shouted. It should be the allies of the other sects who discovered the itinerant cultivators and sent out reinforcements. The signals released this time are very concentrated. It seems that a large number of itinerant cultivators have appeared here. They might be hiding here, collectively. We're going to be rich now. More and more cultivators rushed over and landed on the surrounding mountains. They revealed excited and playful expressions. Even their tone was filled with uncontrollable excitement. In the eyes of these sect disciples, every time they discovered an itinerant cultivator, one more cultivator would be eliminated. That way, they would have a higher chance of advancing to the top 100 geniuses. However, these people soon discovered that something was amiss. There were no itinerant cultivators in this mountain valley region. Many cultivators did not even see a shadow after a long time. If there were people, it would be two men standing on a mountain peak. One of them was at the early stage of the true spirit realm, while the other was at the late stage of the true spirit realm. Such strength was not surprising among the sect geniuses that were filled with experts. Which sect are the two of you from? A cultivator at the early stage of the Nihility God realm asked. An early stage Nihility God realm cultivator asked. He clearly thought that Qin Feng and Cui Qing were sect disciples. It wasn't just that Nihility God realm cultivator. Almost all the sect disciples who rushed over thought so. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded out. "It's you, kid!" The Nihility God realm cultivator looked at the small old man on the mountain peak and asked, "Dao, friend Yibing, do you know those two people?" The cultivator who made the strange voice was the little elder of the 5-star sect Qilin Mountain, Yibing. He had already recognized Qin Feng and had a playful expression on his face. "Ha, Brother Wanli, that kid is an itinerant cultivator. He had a conflict with me at the goods exchange at Panshan Market Square. I've been looking for him. I didn't expect him to dare to participate in the Genius Conference." Yibing laughed crazily. In his eyes, Qin Feng was already a dead man. However, when the others heard his words, they were shocked and confused. Qin Feng was actually an itinerant cultivator? Then why did he release the flying sword signal to reveal his location? Yibing didn't think too much about it. When he saw Qin Feng, he was blinded by excitement. He knew that the top-grade true artifact, sword model, was with Qin Feng. Moreover, at the Panshan Market Square's goods exchange, Qin Feng had taken out many treasures. Yibing was secretly delighted that those treasures were going to belong to him. The cultivator called Wan Li was a disciple of the 6-star formation sect, Wan Formation Sect. He frowned and said, "Dao, friend Yibing, are you sure you didn't recognize the wrong person? How could he be an itinerant cultivator?" Wan Li asked the question that many people had. Without waiting for Yibing to answer, another excited voice came out. "Ha ha! It really is you. Elder Yibing is right. That kid is only an itinerant cultivator. 3 days ago, he dared to fight with me for a room at the inn. Today, let me teach him a lesson." The one who spoke was the little elder of the 5-star sect Sky Lake sect, Yunyan. He and Yibing were both cultivators who had just turned 50 years old. They met the requirements for the genius competition and represented the hope of their respective sections. Now that Qin Feng's identity as an itinerant cultivator was confirmed, the disciples of the sects were puzzled. After they entered the maze Valley Mystic Realm, they chased and killed all the great itinerant cultivators. The other itinerant cultivators turned tail and ran when they saw them. However, the youth in front of them actually took the initiative to release the flying sword signal to gather everyone. Seeing more and more cultivators land on the surrounding mountain peaks, Cui Cheng became nervous again. This time, there were at least 100 cultivators, and there were more cultivators arriving one after another. Cui Cheng didn't believe that Qin Feng could single-handedly destroy so many experts. He even began to think of the words to persuade Qin Feng. This time, he had to persuade Qin Feng no matter what. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Qin Feng said, "The reason why I suddenly gathered everyone here is because I want you to voluntarily withdraw from the competition. Those who voluntarily withdraw can keep their lives. Those who don't will be killed." Chapter 1940. As Qin Feng finished speaking, the spacious mountain valley fell into silence. The scattered sect disciples all had strange expressions as they looked at Qin Feng like he was an idiot. No one knew what Qin Feng was thinking. Or did this person go berserk? Otherwise, how could a normal wandering cultivator dare to say such arrogant words in front of the sect disciples? This was the importance of strength. The sect disciples were shocked because they didn't know how powerful Qin Feng was. If it wasn't Qin Feng standing at the peak of the mountain, but the #1 expert of the South Flat Continent, these sect disciples would have peed their pants in fear when he said the same words. They wouldn't care if he was a rogue cultivator or a sect cultivator. Qin Feng was still very far away from being the #1 expert of the South Flat Continent, but he wasn't afraid of any cultivator under the age of 50. Where did this idiot come from? I'm dying of laughter. A mere wandering cultivator dares to say such words. Even Senior Wan Li of the 10,000 Array sect wouldn't dare to say such arrogant words. Why bother with this ant? Just kill him. There were trillions of cultivators in the South Flat Continent, and there was no lack of arrogant people. However, this was the first time they had met someone as arrogant as Qin Feng. Cui Cheng's face darkened. He hadn't even thought of what to say to persuade Qin Feng, but this senior was already courting death. Tens of wild true essence surged out from the surrounding mountains. Even if these people didn't attack under the suppression of so much true essence, Cui Cheng found it hard to breathe. A black figure flew up and charged at Qin Feng. "Everyone, don't attack. I want this brat's life." It was Qilin Mountain's elder Yi Bing's voice. He knew that Qin Feng had treasures, so how could he let others take advantage of him? The others didn't attack because, to them, Qin Feng was just a mere true Spirit Realm 7 cultivator. Letting Elder Yi Bing, who was at the Nihility God Realm Level 3, attack was overkill. Boom! There was a loud explosion and blood splattered in the sky. The sect disciples had playful smiles on their faces. This battle had lasted much shorter than they had imagined. Some people were mocking Qin Feng for being trash. He was a true Spirit Realm 7 cultivator, but he couldn't even take one move from Elder Yi Bing. But very quickly, the smiles on many people's faces froze, revealing incomparably shocked expressions. The loud explosion in the sky had not yet subsided, when a huge Zhen Yuan handprint blocked everyone's line of sight. Although they could not see what was going on in the billowing Zhen Yuan, this Zhen Yuan handprint had appeared in the opposite direction. At this moment, the crowd came to their senses. The explosion had occurred in the sky, and Qin Feng was standing on the peak of the mountain. This Zhen Yuan palm attack was not launched by Yi Bing, but from the peak of the mountain where Qin Feng was standing. The surging and exploding true essence hand seals gradually dissipated, and the scene in the vast sky became clear. However, the void had long since been empty, and the previous tranquility had been restored. Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back at the summit of the mountain peak. His expression was indifferent, as if nothing had happened. However, everyone knew that something very serious had happened just now. There was a strong smell of blood in the air. The Qilin Mountain's little elder, Yi Bing, was nowhere to be seen. Even his aura could not be sensed. The spacious mountain valley once again fell into silence, just like the atmosphere when Qin Feng said he wanted the sect disciples to voluntarily withdraw. However, in the short span of a minute, everyone's emotions had undergone a complete change. "Where's Elder Yi Bing?" Someone woke up with a start. The various mountain peaks were instantly in an uproar. Elder Yi Bing was killed. Was it killed by that realm's 7 true spirit itinerant cultivator? Who is this kid? He looks very unfamiliar. He's definitely not a disciple of a famous sect in the South Flat Continent or a powerful itinerant cultivator. Young Hero Chow, why are you here? Another few figures rushed over from afar. This time, there were a few familiar faces to Qin Fin. It was Zhao Hongxia and the other 2 from the 100 Intentions sect. The 3 of them had not been eliminated. After recognizing Qin Fin, they did not care about what the other cultivators thought and flew to the mountain peak. Zhao Hongxia, you know that person? Wan Li asked coldly. The people from the 100 Intentions sect had just arrived and did not know what had happened. However, even if they did not see the scene of Qin Fin killing Yi Bing, they could guess from the killing intent of the surrounding sect disciples that Qin Fin had probably gotten himself into big trouble. Senior brother Wan Li, what's going on here? Zhao Hongxia had no intention of leaving the mountain peak. Humph, that itinerant cultivator is extremely arrogant. He sent out a signal to gather the sect disciples with a flying sword and said that he was going to kill all the sect disciples. Not long ago, he even killed the Qilin Mountain's little elder Yi Bing. I advise you to stay away from that kid. Otherwise, you might be accidentally injured by everyone's joint attack. Wan Li's tone was extremely displeased. Although Qin Fin had killed the Qilin Mountain's elder, this person dared to attack him in front of him. It felt like a slap to his face. Not only Wan Li, but all the sect disciples standing on the various mountain peaks were also filled with anger. A mere realm 7 true spirit itinerant cultivator actually dared to be so arrogant. After knowing the situation, Zhao Hongxia and the other 2 were shocked. They looked at Qin Fin in disbelief, unable to guess what Qin Fin was thinking. Brother Hongxia, take the 2 junior brothers and leave this place. Qin Fin did not want to implicate the 100 Intentions sect disciples. Zhao Hongxia's face was filled with hesitation. He knew that Qin Fin had saved the lives of Zhao Ziyu and Zhao Chongqing, making him a great benefactor of the 100 Intentions sect. However, in this situation, if Zhao Hongxia still stood by Qin Fin's side, it would be equivalent to choosing death. It would not matter if he died, but he was the disciple representative of the 100 Intentions sect. If he died, he would not be able to help the sect gain fame in the genius competition. Listen to me. Take the 2 junior brothers and leave quickly. Qin Fin did not care about Zhao Hongxia's hesitation. He had only met this person once. The fact that he could not make a decision after thinking for so long was already beyond Qin Fin's expectations. But Zhao Hongxia's face was filled with difficulty. No buts. If you stay here, you will only be a hindrance to me. Qin Fin's tone was unquestionable. Zhao Hongxia was slightly angry. He wanted to stay to save Qin Fin's life, but Qin Fin's actions were extremely arrogant. No wonder the other sect disciples wanted to kill him. The group of sect disciples had grown impatient. If it were not for the fact that Zhao Hongxia was the eldest disciple of the 6-star sect, the 100 Intentions sect, they would have killed him as well. Zhao Hongxia, I'll give you 10 more seconds to consider. If you stubbornly follow that brat's evil deeds, don't blame us for being impolite, Wan Li shouted again. He even hoped that Zhao Hongxia would stay on Qin Fin's mountain. That way, he would have an excuse to kill him. As a 6-star sect of the South Flat Continent, they seemed to live in harmony on the surface, but behind the scenes, there were often conflicts. 3 black figures flashed by. Zhao Hongxia had already ordered the 2 disciples to leave. The 3 of them did not go far. They landed on an uninhabited mountain peak with complicated expressions. Fellow Taoist Chui Cheng, go to the other mountain peak and watch the battle. Don't worry about me, Qin Fin said, turning his head. Chui Cheng hesitated for a moment, then flew away. He knew that this battle was unavoidable. After witnessing Qin Fin's ferocious skills, He felt that he would indeed be a burden if he stayed. Without any worries, Qin Fun's eyes were overflowing with battle intent. He looked at the disciples on the surrounding mountains expressionlessly and said in a cold voice, "It seems like you guys are unwilling to leave. Then, don't blame me for starting a massacre." Qin Fun's words made everyone feel dizzy. They did not know where this brat got his confidence from to be so arrogant. It seemed like his brain had really been damaged from cultivating. However, in the next moment, the weather changed drastically. When they saw the thunder clouds above their heads, many cultivators felt uneasy. Before they could do anything, dozens of lightning bolts struck crazily, turning the mountains into ruins. What kind of technique is this? No wonder that brat was so arrogant. He's actually a lightning-type spirit root cultivator. This is not a lightning-type cultivation technique. This is simply the lightning tribulation triggered by a void god realm cultivator. Qin Fun stood on the mountain peak with his sword. His long sword slashed down continuously. Each slash would cause a bolt of purple lightning to explode, followed by the wails of the cultivators standing on the mountain peak. Cultivators with lightning-type spirit roots were extremely rare in the entire divine continent. Once they appeared, they would definitely be fought over by the various top sections. Qin Fun did have a lightning-type spirit root, but he was not just a lightning-type spirit root cultivator. He had a full-type spirit root and could cultivate any type of cultivation technique. The Thunder Heaven art was a superior grade earth-type cultivation technique that the system rewarded Qin Fun when he created the Shadowless Saber. When this cultivation technique was used by a lightning-type spirit root cultivator like Qin Fun, its power multiplied. Under the sky full of lightning bolts, the sect disciples were in a mess. Apart from dodging the lightning attacks, they had no way of fighting back. When Qin Fun slashed down again, a bolt of purple lightning as thick as an arm exploded above Yunyan's head. Before his death, Yunyan's eyes were filled with horror. He was extremely regretful. Why did he have to provoke such a terrifying cultivator like Qin Fun? He had thought that Qin Fun was just an ant, but he did not expect the ant to kill him instantly. Yunyan was not the only one who was killed instantly. Countless late-stage and even peak-stage true spirit cultivators were also killed instantly. Those cultivators were genius disciples of the various large sections. They were famous throughout the entire South Pingzhou state, but these so-called geniuses could not withstand a single blow from Qin Fun. Cui Cheng, Zhao Hongxia, and the others were stunned. Cui Cheng had seen Qin Fun's confinement attack previously. That saber strike was profound and powerful. He had thought that it was Qin Fun's trump card, but now he realized that Qin Fun's trump cards seemed to be endless. A casual move could make ordinary cultivators' hearts tremble. Zhao Hongxia and the other two finally realized where Qin Fun's confidence came from. He was not arrogant at all, but he had the capital to start a massacre. Just the Thunder Heaven art's lightning-attracting move had wiped out most of the sect disciples on the mountain peak. Most of the surviving cultivators were peak-stage true spirit cultivators, and there were many void god cultivators. Although the lightning bolt surged, Qin Fun's realm was limited, and he could not release the true power of the Thunder Heaven art. A few void god disciples calmed down after the panic and had the chance to retaliate. Chapter 1941. This itinerant cultivator hid his strength. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. However, I see that he's only at the mid-stage Nihility God realm. As long as everyone attacks together, we can easily kill him. These lightning strikes aren't fatal. Everyone, take out your spirit armors and use your true essence to defend. A mere itinerant cultivator dares to challenge the sects of the South Plateau continent. We can't lose this battle. The panicking cultivators gradually calmed down. Many Nihility God realm experts started to counterattack. Wan Li stood on the mountain far away and didn't do anything. However, he wasn't idle either. He constantly formed hand seals and threw array flags in Qin Fun's direction from time to time. In less than 5 minutes, Wan Li suddenly roared into the sky. The array flags in his hand were thrown out like a goddess scattering flowers, instantly enveloping Qin Fun. Haha, my Class 5 trap array is already in effect. Fellow Taoists, just attack. Wan Li laughed proudly. The sky, full of lightning, suddenly stopped. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Fun was trapped on the mountain top. A sky-reaching wall appeared around him. The lightning swords couldn't penetrate the wall at all. Seeing this, Cui Cheng and Zhao Hongxia instantly became nervous. Just as Zhao Hongxia was hesitating about whether or not she should help, she saw a dense mass of black shadows appear in the void. Each of the black shadows was a cultivator from a sect. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the mountain where Qin Fun was. Haha, this kid is only SO. He can't even withstand a single blow from senior brother Wan Li. I heard that senior brother Wan Li is already a Class 5 spirit array master. Today, I finally witnessed his power. There are very few cultivators in the South Plateau continent who are proficient in arrays. They're even more valuable than alchemists. A Class 4 spirit array master can use arrays to kill people above his level. Even a late-stage Nihility God realm cultivator wouldn't be able to deal with senior Wan Li's array skills. The sky was filled with mockery. In the eyes of those sect disciples, Qin Fun was already a dead man. They even had the time to mock Qin Fun before attacking. Saber light and sword shadows fell like rain. More than 10 true essence hands appeared above the mountain Qin Fun was on. There were at least 100 disciples participating in this wave of attacks. The weakest was at the early stage, true spirit realm. There were also more than 10 Nihility God realm cultivators. Such a majestic formation brought about an earth-shattering attack under the combined attack. Zhao Hongxia didn't even have the intention to make a move when she saw the dense rain of vital energy falling on the mountain peak. Rumble! With a loud bang, the entire mountain peak collapsed. The ruins were covered in dust, and it was impossible to see Qin Feng's fate. But the cultivators from the sects did not chase. Under the combined attack of over 100 people, not to mention Qin Feng, who was in the true spirit realm, even a peak Nihility God realm cultivator would find it hard to resist. What's more, Qin Feng was trapped by a level 5 trap array. He could only watch helplessly as his body was destroyed by the quintessential essence. He did not even have a chance to escape. An ant that can't even withstand a single blow. This is the result of offending a disciple of the sect. Every year, there are rogue cultivators who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth who try to resist, but every time, the result is the same. What are these rogue cultivators thinking? What is that white light? Just as everyone was feeling proud of themselves, a few people noticed something strange. They saw a white light flash past them. It was so fast that they thought they were hallucinating. There was a loud explosion in the crowd. When everyone looked over, they were instantly stunned by the scene in front of them. Qin Feng did not die. He stood on a silver flying sword and appeared on top of a mountain several hundred meters away. That mountain was where Wan Li was, and the explosion came from Wan Li's body. His mountain peak was surrounded by the aura of a formation. He was actually trapped by a level 5 trap array. How is this possible? Wan Li's eyes were filled with shock and fear as he watched his body explode. Qin Feng stood on his flying sword and floated above the mountain. His tone was indifferent, as if he was talking to himself. Don't think that you're the only one who knows how to set up formations. With that, his gaze swept over the 100 cultivators floating in the air, and he shouted a shocking sentence. All of you attack together. I will kill all of you in an hour. Whoosh! With that, Qin Feng turned into a white light and disappeared. The flying sword under his feet was a true artifact. In just a few breaths, His figure had already appeared in the middle of the crowd. Many people realized that Qin Feng had come because the aura on his body was incomparably strong in the air. However, this reality was difficult for them to accept. Just how arrogant was this fellow to choose to take the initiative to attack when he was surrounded by over 100 sect disciples? Rumble. Before those sect disciples could figure it out, a sea of lightning exploded. Qin Feng waved the Zhen Yi sword in his hand and performed the third move of the Thunder Heaven technique, Thousand Lightning Greeting. Although there was a phenomenon of a sea of lightning before, it was formed after Qin Feng repeatedly used the lightning attracting technique. The current Thousand Lightning Greeting was a group attack skill. With one sword, the lightning was like a sea. First sword, Thousand Lightning Greeting. The 5 or 6 true spirit cultivators standing around Qin Feng were instantly enveloped by the purple sea of lightning. When they died, their eyes were filled with shock and fear. They did not even have a chance to escape. Before the sky full of lightning disappeared, Qin Feng slashed at the sky again. Second sword, Thousand Lightning Greeting. Rumble. The mountains a few hundred meters away were instantly bombarded by the sea of lightning. Qin Feng slashed again. Third sword, Thousand Lightning Greeting. After the third sword slashed, Qin Feng retracted his true essence. Although the third move of the Thunder Heaven technique was fierce, it consumed a lot of true essence. In the past, he could only slash once, and his body would be drained. Now he forcefully used up the true essence in his body and slashed 3 times. With just 3 slashes, everything within 1,000 meters seemed to have fallen into azure hell. Purple lightning crisscrossed and thunder boomed, flattening the mountain range. In the sea of lightning, no one could survive. The true spirit cultivators exploded like ants. Dozens of spiritual pills wanted to escape, but they were also turned into ashes in the sea of lightning. More than a dozen nihility, god, realm experts ran for their lives. 2 of the middle stage nihility god realm disciples used the escape talisman to escape while the others were heavily injured in the lightning sea. Before they could run far, Qin Feng's figure appeared behind them. Don't kill me. I'm a disciple of a 6-star sect, Celestial Gourd, Rumble. Before that person could finish, he exploded into pieces and fell down the cliff. With a flash of white light, Qin Feng appeared behind another Void God Realm expert. Young hero, I was wrong. Don't kill me. I'm willing to hand over my storage ring and withdraw from the competition. That Void God Realm expert was so scared that he peed his pants. He no longer had the dignity of a Void God Realm expert. Too late! The sword slashed down, and an arm-thick bolt of purple lightning exploded above that person's head. The 3 Void God Realm clones were destroyed along with the original body. Chapter 1942. The sea of lightning was still there, and the valley seemed to have fallen into azure hell. Sui Meng, Xiao Shualakui Cheng, and the 3 from the 100 Intentions sect were dumbfounded. Qin Feng's strength was unreal to them. Senior Brother Hongxia, who is that Xiao Feng? The 100 Intentions sect disciple's voice was trembling. When I heard that he saved Zhao Ziyu and Zhao Chongqing, I didn't dare to believe it. Now I finally believe it. The 2 disciples could no longer use words to describe Qin Feng's strength. Even Zhao Hongxia couldn't come back to her senses. A true Spirit Realm 7 cultivator single-handedly defeated over 100 genius disciples from over 30 sects. These sects ranged from 4-star to 5-star, and their disciples ranged from early-stage true Spirit Realm to mid-stage Nihility God Realm. With such a strong lineup, even a peak Nihility God Realm expert wouldn't be able to deal with them. However, Qin Feng managed to beat them all. This guy was simply a monster. Swoosh! Just as Qin Feng was chasing the last Nihility God Realm Level 4 expert, a flying sword flew towards him. It swept up an incomparably ferocious true Spirit Realm aura and blocked Qin Feng's path. That flying sword wasn't just trying to block him, it was aiming for his life. Qin Feng didn't have time to think. The palm that was originally aimed at the Nihility God Realm Level 4 disciple immediately changed direction and formed a giant true spirit palm in front of him. Boom! The long sword collided with the true spirit palm, but it didn't stop. The sword trembled and let out a sharp sword cry, as though it was trying to break through the true spirit palm and pierce Qin Feng's body. However, the true spirit palm didn't dissipate, and a shocking scene appeared in the sky. The long sword collided with the true spirit palm, and explosions rang out continuously. What a strong true spirit aura! Looks like another expert is coming. Zhao Hongxiao exclaimed. As a genius disciple of a 6-star sect, he originally thought that reaching Nihility God Realm Level 2 at the age of 40 would make him one of the top geniuses in the entire South Flat Continent. However, after witnessing Qin Feng's strength and the sudden appearance of the cultivator, he instantly felt ashamed. "Thank you, Senior Su Qian, for saving me." The Nihility God Stage Level 4 cultivator's voice was still trembling. Clearly, he had not recovered from the shock of escaping death. Qin Feng no longer paid attention to that person. Instead, he looked in another direction in the void. A silver light flashed, and its flying speed was no slower than Qin Feng's flying sword. Whoosh! There was another loud whooshing sound. A golden flying sword attacked. This time, Qin Feng took advantage of the momentum and slashed down. A thick true essence aura condensed into a huge sword that was more than 10 meters long. It exploded in the void and knocked the golden flying sword into the abyss of the canyon. After 2 simple exchanges, it only took a few seconds for an unfamiliar figure to appear in midair. It was probably the Su Qian that the Nihility God Stage Level 4 cultivator was thanking. Qin Feng had some understanding of Xingkuan sect. He had obtained a piece of spirit tortoise shell from the Xingkuan weapon workshop in Panshan Market. Later on, one of the great elders of Xingkuan sect issued a citywide arrest warrant. Qin Feng had no choice but to change his identity to Qiao Feng. The Su Qian in front of him looked like she was in her early 50s. Her thick true essence surged wildly. Qin Feng even suspected that she was over 50 years old. But on second thought, it was impossible. Cultivators over 50 years old couldn't even enter the secret domain. I received a flying sword message saying that there was a rogue cultivator killing people here. Is it you, Annette? Su Qian didn't understand the situation at all. Just as she finished speaking, she used her spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. Her eyes almost fell out of their sockets. What's going on? Who killed those sect disciples? Su Qian's voice rose by a few decibels, but no one answered her question. Young Hero Qiao, this is Su Qian, the young elder of the 6-star sect Xingkuan sect. She just turned 50 this year and is already at Nihility God Stage Level 6. Zhao Hongxia introduced Su Qian to Qin Feng on purpose. Su Qian immediately pulled a long face and glared at Zhao Hongxia. You little brat from Bai Yi sect. As a disciple of the sect, you actually colluded with a rogue cultivator. You're a disgrace to Bai Yi sect. Zhao Hongxia's status was lower than Su Qian's. Usually when they met, she would act like a junior. But now, Su Qian directly scolded Bai Yi sect. Humph. Elder Su Qian, I introduced you for your own good. Su Qian sneered. For my own good? Don't treat me like an idiot. You just want to warn that guy so he can run away. Hearing the word run away, Zhao Hongxia wanted to laugh. If she hadn't seen Qin Feng's strength, she wouldn't have cared. But after seeing him single-handedly annihilate hundreds of sect disciples, Qin Feng became a legend in the eyes of Zhao Hongxia and the others. Hee. I think Elder Su Qian has misunderstood. I'm not warning young Hero Qiao to run away. I'm trying to help you fight for a chance of survival. Zhao Hongxia also sneered. Su Qian was so angry that she blew her beard and glared at Zhao Hongxia. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Hongxia had the backing of the Hundred Intentions sect, with her temper, she would have already killed Zhao Hongxia. However, she couldn't keep her anger to herself. Su Qian roared and thrust her sword at Qin Feng. There seems to be a huge battle here. There are hundreds of remnant auras in the valley. They're all true spirit stage cultivators. There's even a dozen Nihility God auras. That's Xinkuan sect's elder Su Qian. Why is he here? We all received flying swords from the sect and came here. We heard that a rogue cultivator who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth slaughtered the sect disciples here. Could it be that the true spirit stage 7 rogue cultivator is the rogue cultivator who started the massacre? Looks like this trip is a waste. Elder Su Qian can kill him alone. I heard that Elder Su Qian is one of the top 10 geniuses in this year's genius competition. While Su Qian and Qin Fen were fighting, hundreds of figures rushed over. This time, it wasn't just the sect disciples. There were even some rogue cultivators who dared to come and join in the fun. Some of them came because they received flying swords, but most of them came because they heard the huge battle just now and came to watch a good show. In the end, the crowd was disappointed. How could there be a good show? A true spirit stage 7 ant fighting with the famous elder Su Qian? This was simply asking for trouble. While everyone looked down on Qin Feng, Zhao Hongxia, and the other two, as well as Cui Cheng, had their eyes lit up. They believed that Qin Feng could defeat Su Qian, but at the same time they were a little worried. Su Qian was a famous expert in the Nihility God stage. Even some Nihility God late-stage cultivators couldn't defeat him. Rumble. Loud noises came one after another. The battle between the two was extremely intense. After a few exchanges, Qin Fen could already see through Su Qian's cultivation level. This little old man had already stepped into Nihility God stage, level 6. Moreover, his cultivation technique was of a high quality. The rich true yuan within his body was many times stronger than a normal Nihility God stage, level 6 cultivator. It was even comparable to a Nihility God stage, revered cultivator. After a few exchanges, Qin Fen was starting to feel weak. After all, he was still a true spirit stage, level 7 cultivator. His true yuan couldn't compare to a Nihility God late stage cultivator. Seeing that Qin Fen had changed from fighting to hiding, Su Qian's eyes were filled with pride. From the beginning, he didn't put Qin Fen in his eyes. Even though Qin Fen had displayed great strength, he still couldn't compare to his true yuan. Therefore, in Su Qian's eyes, Qin Fen was just a dead man. Su Qian even had the time to sneer at Zhao Hongxia in her heart. She really didn't know what was going on in her head. She was actually in cahoots with an ant-like rogue cultivator. She even said that this rogue cultivator was so strong. What a joke. At this moment, Zhao Hongxia's group and Cui Cheng were getting anxious. Previously, when Qin Fen was facing hundreds of revered cultivators, he was able to turn the tide. Now he was being suppressed by Su Qian alone. Su Qian even seemed to be chasing after him relentlessly. Zhao Hongxia had the thought of attacking again, but after seeing Su Qian's powerful true yuan, he immediately dispelled the thought. Don't think that 6-star sects and clans usually treated each other with courtesy. Behind their backs, there were constant conflicts. Zhao Hongxia believed that if he attacked, Su Qian wouldn't even bother dealing with Qin Fen. Instead, he would be the first to be killed. As he cast aside his chaotic thoughts, Zhao Hongxia was stunned by the scene in front of him. Unknowingly, every mountain peak was filled with cultivators. Even the top of each mountain was filled with people. From afar, it looked like a sea of people. With a quick glance, Zhao Hongxia estimated that there were at least a few thousand cultivators here. These cultivators weren't just sect disciples. There were also many rogue cultivators. What's going on here? Who dares to offend Elder Su Qian? Is there something wrong with their brains? As long as it was a disciple from a sect who rushed over, they would have such doubts in their hearts. Su Qian was the little elder of the six-star sect, Xingkuan sect. His reputation had spread far and wide. Coincidentally, he was stuck at the age of 50, so he could be considered as a senior expert in his age group. Is that young hero a disciple of the sect? He's clearly only in the 7th true spirit realm. So why is his true essence so dense? Many people were very interested in Qin Feng. However, none of the sects that rushed over knew who Qin Fin was. Soon, everyone realized that Qin Fin was a rogue cultivator. Instantly, the crowd was even more shocked. A rogue cultivator at the level 7 true spirit realm actually dared to fight against Elder Su Qian. Rumble. There was another loud noise. Su Qian used her true Yuan advantage to send Qin Feng flying with a slap. While he was still in the air, Qin Feng spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. That violent true essence aura was still hitting his body, as if it had instantly slapped his body up and down hundreds of times, shattering a middle-grade spirit armor on his body. Shouts could be heard from the surrounding mountains. Many people were cheering for Su Qian. Cui Cheng, Zhao Hongxia, and the other two were shocked. They had just witnessed Qin Feng's strength, and now they saw him being oppressed. This huge contrast was hard to accept. Qin Feng landed on an empty mountain peak. He quickly swallowed a few pills to stabilize his true yuan as anger rose in his heart. Previously, he could single-handedly fight against a group of cultivators because most of them were in the true spirit realm. Qin Feng's current cultivation was enough to instantly kill an early-stage Nihility God realm cultivator. Therefore, although the previous 2 batches of battles seemed intense, it was actually not a challenge for Qin Feng at all. But this time, Qin Feng felt a lot of pressure when facing the Nihility God realm level 6 Su Qian. This little old man was definitely not an ordinary Nihility God realm level 6 cultivator. His subordinates had probably killed many late-stage Nihility God realm and even peak revered realm experts. Chapter 1943. Qin Feng realized that he couldn't compete with Su Qian in terms of Jinyuan. That would be a completely weak opponent. Although the old man's Jinyuan was strong, his moves were mediocre. It seemed like he had spent most of his time on breaking through. His comprehension of martial skills had not reached the level where he could break through to the next realm. Another true Yuan giant hand fell from the sky. Su Qian didn't give Qin Fin any chance to breathe. The violent true Yuan landed on the mountain peak, leveling it to the ground with a deafening sound. It was hard to see what was going on in the ruins. Many cultivators speculated that Qin Fin was dead, but then they saw a white light shoot out from the ruins. Its speed caused many to scream. That kid didn't die. Not only did he not die, he even launched a counterattack against Elder Su Qian. Is this rogue cultivator really at true spirit level 7? Why do I feel like even an early Nihility God realm cultivator might not be his match? Qin Feng's strength caused a heated discussion among the crowd. Even if he was in a passive state, to be able to survive for so long under Elder Su Qian's attack was already a difficult feat. Even the thousands of people standing in the surrounding valleys couldn't help but think that if they were in Qin Feng's place, they wouldn't be able to last this long. Some of the words reached Su Qian's ears, making him furious. The fight this time was no longer as simple as killing. Thousands of sect disciples and rogue cultivators had gathered to watch the battle. This battle concerned Su Qian's reputation, and in the long run, it concerned the dignity of Xingkuan sect. A mere ant in the true spirit realm level 7 had yet to be killed. To Su Qian, this was already a slap in the face. He suddenly let out a loud roar and rushed towards the flickering white sword shadow. True Yuan surged from his body, and he casually threw out a huge true Yuan palm print. Rumble. The vast sky seemed to explode, and a loud sound rose and fell. The white sword shadow was still shuttling through the air. Su Qian's palm missed. Amidst the screams of the crowd, Qin Feng appeared behind Su Qian. The flying sword under his feet was too fast, like a ray of light. Your strength is not bad. You are qualified to fight me." Qin Fuan's cold voice rang out from behind Su Qian. Su Qian almost exploded from anger, but before she could retaliate, a powerful divine sense attack came. Su Qian's hand movements suddenly froze as her expression changed drastically. Her eyes widened so much that they almost fell to the ground as she stared at Qin Fuan in disbelief. "You can actually launch a divine sense attack?" Su Qian heard a tiny explosion in his mind. He immediately sealed off his sea of consciousness. But in that moment, a ferocious true qi spear flew towards him, colliding with his body and creating a loud explosion. Su Qian fell from midair, coughing out a few mouthfuls of blood before crashing into a mountain peak. The crowd immediately exploded. That rogue cultivator injured Elder Su Qian? How is this possible? Elder Su Qian, what's with the divine sense attack? That guy is only at True Spirit Realm 7, but he can fight against Hollow God Realm Level 6 Elder Su Qian. This is too unbelievable. Everyone was increasingly shocked by Qin Feng's strength. This young and unfamiliar youth was like a dark horse charging out and directly challenging the little elder of a 6-star refining sect. Thankfully, they hadn't seen the previous 2 battles. Otherwise, their eyes would have popped out of their sockets. "Reckless brat. Grandpa won't play with you anymore." Su Qian's voice came from a valley, sounding extremely angry. He was standing on a true weapon-flying sword, and no one knew when he had landed on a mountain peak. A long blade appeared in his hand, shining with a silver light. When Qin Feng saw the long blade, he immediately recognized it. This was the stabilizing treasure of the Pan Shan Market's Xing Kuan weapon workshop, the green crane blade. What weapon is that in Elder Su Qian's hand? Why do I feel a murderous aura the moment I take it out? I've seen that blade in the Xing Kuan weapon workshop before. It's a mid-grade true weapon treasure blade, the green crane blade. A true weapon long blade's power is comparable to a hollow god realm cultivator. That rogue cultivator is in danger. Just as everyone was discussing the green crane blade, Su Qian had already swung his blade. A crisp cry of a crane came from the sky, drilling into everyone's ears. The sound was extremely piercing, making everyone uncomfortable. Soon, some cultivators used their true essence to resist the sound of the crane, because this was clearly a type of divine sense attack. Qin Feng also realized the use of the green crane blade. It could actually produce a divine sense attack. If Qin Feng had not advanced his sea of consciousness, the power of the green crane blade might have affected him. But now that his sea of consciousness had been upgraded twice, Qin Feng's divine sense was incomparably strong, and the attack of the green crane blade was negligible. What blade is this? It's actually so powerful. Qin Feng pretended to be serious. Su Qian immediately laughed. "Ha! This is the treasure of the Pan Shan Market's Xing Kuan weapon workshop, the green crane blade. In order for me to get into the top 3 in the genius meet, the sect specially lent it to me." Su Qian was incomparably proud of the green crane blade. Even in the South Flat continent, which was rich in cultivation resources, a true weapon was an extremely rare treasure. Moreover, the green crane blade had already reached the level of a mid-grade true weapon, making it even more difficult to obtain. But when Qin Feng asked about the price of the green crane blade, it was 500 million high-grade spirit stones, 100 supreme-grade spirit stones, and 10 spirit crystals, plus a bottle of void-breaking pills or a level 6 formation plate. This was an astronomical price for ordinary cultivators. They could not afford it, even if they worked hard to collect spirit stones for their entire lives. Su Qian swung the blade again amidst his laughter. He infused the ferocious true essence in his body into the blade, and the long blade produced an even more piercing and intense crane cry. Some true spirit cultivators felt dizzy and were forced to retreat to a safe area thousands of meters away. Not to mention true spirit cultivators. Even Nihility God realm early-stage cultivators were suppressed by the divine sense attack of the green crane blade. Some powerful cultivators pretended to be calm as they stood at the top of the mountain, while others could not withstand it and retreated to a few mountain peaks. Qin Feng was standing at the source of the crane cry, and the sound he heard was the most intense and piercing. It was not just a simple sound, but also a powerful divine sense attack. Qin Feng could not help but think that if it was someone else standing here, even a Nihility God realm intermediate stage cultivator would be severely injured by the green crane blade. He immediately activated his divine sense, and the boundless sea of divine sense churned violently. Qin Feng stood at the center of the sound, but he did not feel anything. He pretended to be in pain and discomfort. "Ha! You little ant, let me teach you a lesson today. I'll let you know how powerful the seniors of the South Flat Continent are." Su Qian was extremely pleased. He thought that Qin Feng had been hit, but after the divine sense was damaged, a cultivator's path of cultivation was considered crippled. Su Qian felt that even if he did not continue to attack, Qin Feng would still be a cripple in the future. But how could he let Qin Feng go so easily? Without hesitation, he swung the blade again. Blade Qi filled the sky, and the air was filled with the sharp cry of a crane. Along with the churning and collapsing true essence, it shot out. P.S. There were many things to do before the new year, so there will be a new chapter every day for this month. Please forgive me. For those who feel that it is not enough, you can take a look at old Du's other book, Super Grade Immortal Doctor, which was also published vertically. Thank you for your support. For those who want to read, you can search for Blue Book Bar, and you'll find the site immediately. Chapter 1944. With this strike, Su Qian unleashed his most powerful qi. He intended to end this fight here. The crowd on the surrounding peaks fell silent. The power of that strike was shocking. It was as if an invisible and untouchable aura surged into their minds, causing their scalps to go numb. Their spiritual consciousness felt like it was being pricked by needles. This is a spiritual consciousness attack. Rumor has it that only hollow spirit state cultivators can form a perfect spiritual consciousness, and only those at the body condensation realm can use it to attack. Elder Su Qian is only at the mid-hollow spirit state, but can form such a powerful spiritual consciousness attack. He is indeed a genius senior of the South Plateau state. I don't think this is Elder Su Qian's spiritual consciousness attack, but the effect of the green crane saber in his hand. Some people had already seen through the secrets of the green crane saber. When this mid-grade spiritual consciousness long saber was revealed, everyone stared at the green crane saber with envy and greed. No one cared about Qin Fen anymore because they all thought that Qin Fen would definitely die under Elder Su Qian's killing blow. But just as everyone was shocked by the power of the green crane saber, another powerful qi surged. Within the dazzling silver saber radiance was an even clearer and more violent spiritual consciousness attack. Rumble! A loud sound rang out. Everyone saw the sky explode. The aura of true essence tumbled like clouds, like the mushroom cloud produced when a bomb was launched. No one could clearly see what was going on inside the clouds. Not even their divine senses could penetrate it. As for those cultivators who tried to use their spiritual sense to check out the situation, when their spiritual sense touched the periphery of the cloud mist, they were immediately struck back by a powerful spiritual sense, causing them to feel dizzy. What's going on? What a powerful spiritual consciousness attack. Is a body condensation realm cultivator here? Aren't only cultivators under 50 allowed to enter the Maze Valley? And as far as I know, there are no body condensation realm cultivators under 50 in the entire South Plateau state. The crowd was in an uproar. They were completely confused by the mushroom cloud in the sky. Su Qian's screams came from the clouds. Ah, you actually have a spiritual consciousness attack magic treasure too. It's even more powerful than my green crane saber. Who are you? The cultivators gathered at the various peaks were stunned. Qin Fen didn't die. He even attacked Elder Su Qian. As for Su Qian's doubts, it was the same as everyone else's. From everyone's point of view, Qin Feng was just a level 7 true spirit rogue cultivator. This kind of cultivator was basically a pauper who lacked resources. How could he obtain a treasure that was even more powerful than the mid-grade true weapon, the green crane saber? You're thinking too much. I didn't even use any treasures. Qin Fen's cold voice came from the clouds. Everyone was sure that he was still alive. That rogue cultivator is really still alive. He's too powerful. Every year, there are always dark horses appearing in the Genius Assembly. However, these dark horses are usually from 5 or 6-star sections. I'm afraid that there hasn't been a cultivator among rogue cultivators in the last 100 years. A rogue cultivator in the true spirit realm 7 managed to injure Elder Su Qian, who is at the Nihility God realm level 6. Why does this sound so scary? On the Divine Supreme Continent, things that defied common sense were happening all the time. However, what was happening in the Maze Valley secret domain had reached the stage of a fantasy. However, this was the truth. In other words, Cui Cheng and Zhao Hongxia from the Bai sect had seen something even more unbelievable. You want to kill me? I'm the little elder of the Xinkuan sect, a 6-star sect. The mushroom cloud lingered in the sky for a long time. After a while, Su Qian's terrified screams could be heard. When they heard that Qin Feng wanted to kill Su Qian, the thousands of cultivators gathered at the top of the mountains were shocked. Even if killing was not prohibited in the Maze Valley secret domain, the disciples of the 6 and 7-star sects were still there. Even if they just stood there and let Qin Feng kill them, how many cultivators would dare to kill them? Isn't he afraid of the Xinkuan sect's revenge? This was the question in everyone's mind. However, they heard Qin Feng's cold voice coming from the clouds. So what if I kill you? You're just the Xinkuan sect. I've never cared about them. Actually, Qin Feng had a feud with the Xinkuan sect a long time ago. Back then, when he was at the Xinkuan weapon workshop in the Panshan market, he found the first piece of the spirit tortoiseshell. After that, he was hunted by the Xinkuan sect's great elder Su Wumian. Later on, he was forced to change his identity from Qin Feng to Qiao Feng. Qin Feng had always been unhappy with the Xinkuan sect. When he was outside, he couldn't do anything to them. But now that the Maze Valley secret domain only had cultivators below the age of 50, it was like heaven for him. When these arrogant words came out, the cultivators on the surrounding mountains were completely shocked. They had seen too many arrogant cultivators, but this was the first time they had seen someone as arrogant as Qin Feng. What a reckless fellow. Let's not talk about whether he can kill Elder Su Qian or not. Even if he really does manage to kill her, his path of cultivation will come to an end. A 6-star sect in the South Flat Continent is already considered a top power, and the Xinkuan Weapon Workshop is a blacksmith sect among the 6-star sections. The sect's power is not inferior to some 7-star sects. This kid is provoking Elder Su Qian here and doesn't care about the entire Xinkuan sect. Just who is he? I think everyone has been fooled by this kid's words. He's not an independent cultivator at all. How can an independent cultivator step into the true spirit realm before the age of 30? Moreover, this guy isn't just an ordinary true spirit realm cultivator. His true essence is incomparably strong, even comparable to the Hollow God realm level 6 Elder Su Qian. Don't tell me he's from one of the few 7-star sects, the crowd discussed fervently, and the topic revolved around Qin Feng. Cui Cheng, Zhao Hongxia, and the other 2 didn't know what to say. The shock that Qin Feng brought them was getting stronger and stronger. Boom! Just as the crowd's voices reached an incomparably high tide, a loud explosion came from the mushroom cloud. When everyone looked up, they saw a shocking scene. The huge mushroom cloud dispersed along with the explosion. The 6 clones tried to escape, but they were all annihilated in the aftermath of the explosion. Elder Su Qian was killed? He must have been killed. Even his 6 clones are gone. Where did this crazy independent cultivator come from? How dare he cause trouble in the secret realm of the Maze Valley? He must be tired of living. Right after Su Qian died, an angry voice came from afar. Before that person could appear, another 3 powerful auras swept over. That's the genius senior brother Guyu, from the 7-star sect Wind God Valley, and the genius eldest disciple of Time Mountain, Xia Ingjun. Yun Yu's beautiful disciple, Gu He. I know who just spoke. It's the disciple of the 7-star sect Gu Xiaoyao Lin Rui. Now, the disciples of the only 4 7-star sects in the South Flat Continent have all gathered. The crowd was in an uproar. The reaction was even more intense than when Qin Feng killed Su Qian. The strongest sects in the South Flat Continent were the 7-star sections. In the vast South Flat Continent, there were only 4 7-star sections. Who would have thought that the disciples of the 4 sects would all come at the same time? Chapter 1945. Gu Xiaoyao's genius disciple, Lin Rui, was the first to land. He stood tall and straight, like a sword that was about to be unsheathed. Following that, Xia Ingjun and the other 2 landed on the mountaintop of Lin Rui. When the 4 of them stood together, a strong and violent aura surged out of their bodies. The 4 auras merged into one and seemed to suppress the auras of the thousands of cultivators around them. Such powerful true essence, as expected of genius disciples from 7-star sects. I heard that these 4 are strong contenders for the top 10 of this genius conference. If nothing goes wrong, they will definitely be the top 10 geniuses of the South Plateau State. I really want to join a 7-star sect, but the requirements are too high. There were many discussions. However, many people forgot that when Su Qian from Xinkuan sect appeared not long ago, they also said that Su Qian was a strong contender for the top 10 geniuses. But now, Su Qian's soul had dispersed. That rogue cultivator is dead for sure. The crowd revealed playful expressions. Even though they had witnessed Qin Feng's strength not long ago, it was nothing when the 4 top geniuses of the South Plateau State appeared. When the 4 of them landed on the mountain, Qin Feng scanned them with his divine sense and couldn't help but feel worried. The 4 of them were indeed experts among experts. Gu Xiaoyao's Lin Rui looked similar to Lin Shi and was already at Nihility God, Realm Level 6. Yun Yu's beautiful female cultivator, Gu He, was also at Nihility God, Realm Level 6. As for Time Mountain Xia Ingjun and Wind God Valley's Guyu, they were both at Nihility God, Realm Level 7. Since these 4 were the top geniuses of the South Plateau State, it was obvious that their cultivation wasn't as simple as it seemed. They were all experts who could kill people above their level. You killed Su Qian? Lin Rui's cold gaze landed on Qin Feng. This killing intent was clearly directed at Qin Fen, but the cultivators standing on the surrounding mountains could not help but shiver. Qin Feng didn't dare to start a massacre in the secret realm of the Maze Valley because he was hot-headed. He had already made plans. After he became famous in the genius competition, he definitely couldn't continue using the identity of Qiao Feng, so he didn't have any misgivings. He might as well kill to his heart's content with these self-righteous disciples from large sections. It was a great opportunity to sharpen himself. However, he had underestimated the strength of a 7-star sect's disciple. The 4 people in front of him were all stronger than Su Qian, who he had just killed. Although he did not use his full strength when he killed Su Qian, Qin Feng still felt the pressure when facing Lin Rui and the other 3. I killed him. He had no intention of retreating. Lin Rui was slightly startled. Qin Feng's indifferent reaction was beyond his expectations. Ordinary sect cultivators or rogue cultivators would be filled with fear and trepidation when they saw him. Even some seniors older than him would have to be polite when speaking to him. But the young man in front of him was clearly different. He had even just stepped into the 7 true spirit realm. Is this what they call a newborn calf, not afraid of death? Lin Rui thought in his heart. It's good that you dare to admit it. Xinkuan sect and I, Gu Xiaoyao, are friends. My personal relationship with Su Qian is also not bad. Today, you killed Su Qian in front of everyone, so I will avenge him and destroy you and Aunt. Lin Rue wore a white robe and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He stood on the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back. His expression was arrogant and righteous. In addition to his words of revenge for his friend, some of the love-struck female cultivators couldn't help themselves. Qin Feng sneered, "Your strength is not bad, but you're still far from being able to kill me." "That's right. What's your relationship with Lin Shi?" Lin Rue was about to attack, but he was stunned by Qin Feng's last sentence. He stared at him coldly and said, "You know Lin Shi? That's my younger brother. He has already been framed. Now, Gu Xiaoyao is a wanted murderer in the entire continent." "Oh, it's your younger brother. No wonder you two look so similar. You don't need to look anymore. Your younger brother was killed by me." Boom! His words were like 10,000 lightning bolts exploding on the ground. The crowd's mind buzzed. "Young master, she was also killed by this rogue cultivator? This guy was too ferocious." "You little ant, I'll let you know who's boss today." Lin Rue revealed an incomparably furious expression. He didn't waste any more words and took out a treasure and threw it out. It was a banana leaf. When he first threw it, it was only the size of a palm. However, under the stimulation of his true origin, it fanned out a green wall of light. The wall of light grew larger and larger. When it landed on the mountain peak where Qin Feng was standing, it had already dyed half the sky blue. 9-leaf banana, Qin Feng muttered in his heart. This was a type of level 9 spiritual herb. When he met Lin Shi on the 7th floor of the 13 palaces, Lin Shi had also taken out a 9-leaf banana leaf. However, at that time, Qin Feng had used the 100-mile light sniper to bombard Lin Shi with full force. Lin Shi didn't even get to unleash the true power of the banana leaf. Both he and the leaf were blasted into ruins. As a level 9 spiritual herb, the 9-leaf banana was a top-grade ingredient for refining level 9 imperial pills. Moreover, it could be refined into a magic tool. At this moment, the banana leaf in Lin Rue's hand had already been refined. It seemed to have boundless power. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Qin Feng immediately stepped on his flying sword to dodge. The moment he stood up, the mountain peak under his feet suddenly collapsed. The violent true origin shockwave shook the sky and sent Qin Feng flying. Boom! The loud sound of the mountain peak exploding continued. The crowd was already stunned. Was this the power of a disciple from a 7-star sect? Lin Rue frowned because he could still feel Qin Feng's aura. This meant that Qin Feng wasn't dead. He didn't hold back in his attack just now. Moreover, he had taken out the 9-leaf banana leaf. Yet he couldn't even kill a level 7 true spirit ant. As expected, you have some tricks up your sleeve. No wonder you could kill Su Qian. However, in front of me, you are still an ant. Lin Rue's cold voice resounded throughout the valley. His figure turned into a green light and disappeared. Some cultivators with sharp eyes saw some clues. It turned out that the banana leaf wasn't just an offensive magic tool. It could also be used as a flying magic tool. The speed of the banana leaf was extremely fast. It even surpassed the speed of a low-grade true artifact flying sword. Qin Feng had just stabilized his body when a huge true origin palm appeared above his head. He didn't have much time to think. He took out the dragon shock spear and stabbed it into the void. Boom! The sound of the collision was deafening. A small black hole even appeared in the sky. The people here were all cultivators under the age of 50. Very few of them had seen such an intense battle. They were thinking that even some body condensation realm early stage cultivators wouldn't be able to fight like this. Senior Lin Rue is really powerful. Although he's only at Hollow Spirit Realm level 6, I feel that he can kill a Hollow Spirit Realm late stage expert. That rogue cultivator is the truly powerful one. He's only in the 7th true spirit realm. But he continuously challenged the genius disciples of the 6-star and 7-star sects of the South Flat Continent. If he can last through the Maze Valley, he'll probably become famous overnight. Stop daydreaming. The head disciples of the 4 7-star sects are already here. How could they let that rogue cultivator leave alive? Chapter 1946. Lin Rue ignored the discussions of the surrounding cultivators. He stood on the 9-leaf banana leaf and hovered in the air. He looked at Qin Fun with a serious expression and a different light in his eyes. Qin Fun's strength was beyond his expectations. Since Qin Fun could kill Su Qian of Xinkuan's sect, Lin Rue did not underestimate him. However, when Qin Fun's strong true essence condensed into a solid spear and broke through his true essence hand seal, Lin Rue realized that he had underestimated this young, rogue cultivator. Qin Fun looked even younger than him, but he was so powerful. Most importantly, as a rogue cultivator, he could not compare to the rich cultivation resources and cultivation system of a 7-star sect. How did this guy get to where he was today? Various thoughts flashed through Lin Rue's mind, but he could not understand a single one of them. As one of the top young cultivators in the South Flat Continent, he had always looked down on his peers with a proud attitude. However, standing in front of Qin Fun, Lin Rue actually felt inferior. "I can't let you continue to grow," Lin Rue said in his heart. After the exchange, Qin Fun had a rough idea of Lin Rue's strength. Although Lin Rue was an empty god realm 6 cultivator, his true essence was comparable to a late empty god realm cultivator. If Qin Fun was still at his peak, he was confident that he could fight head-on with Lin Rue's true essence. However, after the previous 3 battles, his true essence was severely depleted. Even though he kept eating vitality, consolidating pills to recover his true essence, he was still unable to do so. This battle was not fair, but the Divine Supreme Continent was not a place that cared about fairness. Many rogue cultivators began to sympathize with Qin Fun. It was a pity that a young and talented hero was about to die. Rumble! A loud sound broke the silence of the valley. Lin Rue had just stabilized his true essence and immediately launched a new attack. He grabbed the 9-leaf banana leaf petal under his feet and waved it in a seemingly light manner. However, it created a vortex of true essence in the void and flew toward Qin Fun at an extremely fast speed. Wherever the true essence whirlpool went, there were explosions. The violent true qi that shot out made it hard for people to breathe, forcing many cultivators to retreat to further mountains to watch the battle. Such a light and fierce attack ignited the restless emotions of the crowd. Screams and shouts surged forth like a surging tide. Basically, they were all discussing whether Qin Feng could block this attack. Qin Feng had no time to pay attention to those people's discussions. He immediately realized that the 9-leaf banana petal in Lin Rue's hand had been forged into a strengthening magic tool. This kind of magic tool's effect was similar to the heaven bell he had obtained. When an attack passed through the magic tool, it would be strengthened. At the same time, Qin Feng also realized that the strengthening effect of the 9-leaf banana was even stronger than that of the sky bell. As expected of a magic tool made from rank 9 spirit herbs, its power was shocking. When the violent vortex of true essence rushed to the space a dozen meters away, Qin Fun didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately took out the heaven bell and stood in front of him. He raised a mouthful of true essence and shot it out. A massive true essence handprint appeared in the sky, blocking the crazily surging true essence vortex in midair. Whether it was the true essence handprint or the true essence vortex, both carried with them an incomparably powerful aura as they collided. There was a turbulent explosion, and a black hole appeared in the void. This time, the range of the black hole was even wider than the previous collision, causing the crowd to scream again and again. The true essence handprint lasted for half a minute before it began to dissipate. However, the true essence vortex still carried with it a powerful attack. The moment it hit Qin Fun, his body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. The heaven bell also flew into the valley. Lin Rue greedily glanced at the valley, but he immediately regained his focus and waved the 9-leaf banana petal in his hand into the air again. A mere itinerant cultivator dares to provoke the dignity of a sect. This is your fate. The violent true essence vortex appeared in the void again, and it was even more intense than the last time. In everyone's eyes, Qin Fun was already a dead man. The sect disciples all held their heads high, as if they felt superior because they were disciples of the sect. The itinerant cultivators were dejected. They had suppressed the anger in their hearts, but they had nowhere to vent it. Just as the new true essence vortex was about to envelop Qin Fun, a black light shot out from the vortex. When the light met the black light, it was devoured. In just a few seconds, the sky above Lin Rue was already shrouded in darkness. The domain formed this time wasn't large because Qin Fun's spiritual sense was already exhausted. Moreover, there were too many cultivators in the surrounding mountains. If Qin Fun enveloped the entire domain, he wouldn't be able to control thousands of cultivators at the same time. In the domain, there were only Qin Fun and Lin Rue, and the violent true essence vortex. However, the rapidly flying true essence vortex had already stopped, but one could still see the vortex formed by true qi spinning on the spot. However, the spinning speed was getting slower and slower until it finally stopped completely. What's that? The cultivators on the mountain peak were in an uproar. Their eyes were filled with shock. Even Guyu and the other two were astonished. They had already recognized that the black area was the manifestation of the initial success of the domain. This time, thousands of genius cultivators from the South Plateau State had witnessed Qin Fun's domain. However, when this reality was displayed in front of them, they found it hard to accept. It was said that the domain could only appear at the initial stage of the hollow spirit state. Only when one reached the body condensation state would they be able to use the domain. However, Qin Fun was clearly only at true spirit realm 7. How did he use the domain? No one could figure out the reason. Qin Fun couldn't be bothered with the discussions of the crowd. At this moment, he stood in front of Lin Rue on his flying sword. His body was filled with killing intent. How did you do it? Lin Rue's body was tied up, but he could still open his eyes and speak. Qin Fun realized that his domain wasn't strong enough. If he reached the greater success of the domain, he should be able to completely trap a hollow spirit state expert. By then, the other party wouldn't even have a trace of awareness before being killed. I did it very easily. Qin Fun's casual words almost made Lin Rue vomit blood. This was the legendary domain. Many hollow spirit state cultivators couldn't comprehend it. Even body condensation state mighty figures couldn't use it. However, it was a trivial matter in Qin Fun's words. Qin Fun added another stab. Don't you know how? Lin Rue wanted to slap Qin Fun to death. However, he couldn't even move, let alone use the true essence in his body to attack. In the next second, Lin Rue broke out in a cold sweat. He finally woke up from his arrogance. Now, he was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered by the wandering cultivators. You, what do you want to do? Lin Rue's voice trembled slightly. No matter how strong an expert was, they couldn't remain calm in the face of death. You know very well. As Qin Fun spoke, he raised the imprisonment blade above his head. Seeing the domineering blade slowly descend, Lin Rue's heart burned with anxiety. The feeling of waiting for death was so painful that he wanted to die. In the past, he was the one who watched others die. Don't kill me. I'm a disciple of the 7th star, sect Gu Xiaoyao. How can you kill me? Lin Rue still didn't see the truth. Qin Feng's long saber slashed down, and a loud explosion rang out. His indifferent voice could be heard. When your younger brother, Lin Shi, died, he said the same thing. There was a loud explosion in that black zone. Did something happen to Senior Lin Rue? Everyone thinks that the zone was formed by the wandering cultivators. Is there no one who thinks the same as me and thinks that the zone was formed by Senior Lin Rue? Look, the zone disappeared. The wandering cultivator is still there, but Senior Lin Rue is gone. A wave of heated discussion was set off at the top of the mountains. When Qin Fuan's figure appeared again, the entire valley was boiling. Gu Yu of the Divine Wind Valley couldn't stay calm anymore. He shouted at Qin Fuan, who was hovering in the air on his sword. "You killed Lin Rue?" Qin Fuan looked at him and said word by word, "That's right. Lin Rue is dead. I killed him." Whoosh! The scene exploded. Thousands of cultivators' jaws dropped to the ground. Senior Lin Rue was dead? He was a strong contender for the top 10 geniuses. How could he die? When they looked at Qin Fuan again, there was a huge change in everyone's gaze. Whether it was the wandering cultivators or the sect disciples, they all had some fear and nervousness. Xia Yingjun and the other two had an incredulous look on their faces. When they used their divine senses to scan the area, they couldn't find a trace of Lin Rue's aura. It seemed that Lin Rue was either dead or had escaped using an escape talisman. He really killed Lin Rue. The beautiful genius of Yunyue, Gu He, opened her mouth and looked at the sky with a complicated expression. Gu Yu of the Divine Wind Valley nodded and said he formed a zone. In the zone he was the master. Lin Rue had nowhere to escape. It seems that he really died. A wandering cultivator dared to kill the sect disciples here. What do you two think? Xia Yingjun looked at Gu Yu and Gu He with killing intent in his eyes. Gu He didn't express her opinion. She stood on the mountain peak like a goddess. Gu Yu thought for a moment and said, "This kid can't be left alive. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in the future. If we don't kill him now, we will still face him after the Maze Valley secret realm ends. At that time, we can only fight one-on-one." Gu Yu's meaning was very clear. His words even showed that he was afraid of Qin Fuan. Xia Yingjun already had this intention. Now that the three of them were working together to kill Qin Fuan, there would be a fair one-on-one competition after the Maze Valley secret realm ended. At that time, if they met Qin Fuan again, even if they could kill him, they would probably end up with serious injuries. After the two of them reached an agreement, their gazes landed on Gu He. Gu He looked at the sky and said in a clear voice, "I have no opinion." In front of the ranking of the Genius Conference, the three of them had the same opinion. 3 figures appeared in the sky and trapped Qin Fuan in a triangular formation. "I'll give you a chance to say your name before you die. Even if you die today, your name will spread in the South Pingzhou state for a period of time," Gu Yu said with a proud expression. Xia Yingjun's eyes were cold. He grabbed his weapon and said, "You even dared to kill Gu Xiaoyao's eldest disciple. Even if the 3 of us don't kill you today, Gu Xiaoyao's elders will kill you when we get out. No need to say anymore. Just do it." Gu He's heart was the complete opposite of her handsome appearance. She was decisive and ruthless. Chapter 1947. When Xia Yingjun's group of 3 appeared in the air, the surrounding cultivators went into an uproar again. Are the seniors from the 3 7-star sects going to team up? 7-star sects teaming up to attack? This has never happened in the past 100 years. It's unbelievable that a rank 7 true spirit independent cultivator has formed such a situation. I always suspected that the independent cultivator was a disciple of a 7-star sect. It seems like he's really just an independent cultivator. There were many experts in the South Pagoda State, but most of the famous experts were from 7-star sections. The foundations and strength of 7-star sects were beyond the imagination of ordinary sects and itinerant cultivators. Otherwise, the massive South Pagoda State wouldn't have only formed for 7-star sects after tens of thousands of years. Usually, as long as the name of a 7-star sect was mentioned, everyone would avoid them. But now, a nameless nobody had appeared and challenged the dignity of these 4 7-star sects. Qin Feng did not mean to challenge them. He did this to find Qin Duo as soon as possible. When Xia Yingjun and the other two surrounded him in the sky, a strong premonition of death rose from the bottom of his heart. The battle just now had already consumed more than half of his true essence. Now, it would be difficult for him to fight one of them alone, let alone facing 3 of them at the same time. However, there was no way out now. Qin Feng had to face this disaster. He knew that now was not the time to fight. If he wanted to defeat the 3 of them, he had to find a good opportunity. When he thought of the opportunity, Qin Feng's eyes flashed. Before Xia Yingjuan's group attacked, he suddenly flew towards Gu He, who was at rank 6 Nihility God Realm. This action caused the crowd to exclaim. Some people had guessed that Qin Fin would surrender without putting up a fight, or take out the treasures on his body in exchange for a chance of survival, or even destroy his own dantian and withdraw from the competition. But no one had expected that he would take the initiative to attack the genius disciple of Yinyu. Not only did he attack, his attack was extremely fierce. A spear light condensed from true essence floated in the air and instantly rushed to Gu He. Gu He was stunned at first. She didn't expect Qin Feng would dare to attack her, but the moment she regained her composure, she immediately dodged. Although she was confident that she could block the spear light, Gu He didn't need to do so. Now that it was 3 against 1, Gu He and the other 2 had their own plans. None of them wanted to take the initiative to fight Qin Feng head-on. After all, this guy had just killed Gu Xiaoyao's Lin Rue not long ago. It was evident that his strength couldn't be underestimated. Gu He dodged the attack, while Xia Yingjun and Gu Yu stood blankly in the sky. The 2 of them were full of doubts and couldn't figure out what Qin Feng was trying to do. Qin Feng's attack missed, but he didn't chase after Gu He. His actions once again confused the crowd. With his ferocious attack, he shouldn't have retreated after 1 attack. Not good. That brat wants to escape. Xia Yingjun suddenly cried out and took the lead to chase after Qin Feng. Gu He and Gu Yu woke up with a start. They immediately determined that Qin Feng wanted to escape and that the previous shot was just a pretense to prepare for his escape. Just as the 3 of them were about to catch up to Qin Feng, they discovered that he had landed on top of a mountain and had stopped. His hands were waving about, but it wasn't an offensive move. Instead, he seemed to be forming a formation with his hands, as though he was setting up a formation. What does this brat want to do? Gu Yi slowed down as she tightly knit her brows. Gu Yi stopped 100 meters away from the mountain. She could attack at any time from this distance, and she could escape at any time. Xia Yingjun didn't stop as he charged to the top of the mountain. He sent out a palm in the air. Who cares what he's doing? With the 3 of us working together, how could we be afraid of him? These words made Gu He and Gu Yu wake up. The 2 of them felt that they had been too careful. The other side was just a 7th true spirit realm rogue cultivator. Even if he killed Gu Xiaoyao's Lin Rue not long ago, the 3 of them could see that this was the other side's limit. When Gu He and Gu Yu flew to the top of the mountain, Xia Yingjuan's true spirit palm had already landed. However, a barrier of light appeared on the top of the mountain, bouncing the true spirit palm print away. A large explosion came from the mountain to the side. The mountain instantly collapsed, and the true spirit cultivators standing on the mountain fell off the cliff. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. What is that? The crowd was stunned. Someone cried out in shock. It seems like a defensive array. Not only is that a defensive array, it's also a 6th level defensive array. A 6th level defensive array. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. It had to be known that the strongest array master in the South Flat Continent was only a 6th level array master. The reason why everyone was so shocked was not because of the appearance of the 6th level defensive array. They had personally seen Qin Fin set up the array at the top of the mountain and thought that Qin Fin had set up the array himself. With Qin Fin's age, he had already stepped into the level of a 6th level array master. It was truly shocking and incomprehensible. The sixth-level defensive array at the top of the mountain was naturally not set up by Qin Fin. Even if he could set up a sixth-level array, it would be impossible for him to complete one in such a short period of time. Those were the 3 sixth-level defensive array discs the great immortal Qi Jiao had given him. One of them was used to set up the Ouyang residence, and the other was used to deal with the enemies in the Purple Cloud Valley's secret realm. Now, the last sixth-level defensive array disc was set up by him on the mountain peak. Seeing the sixth-level defensive array appear, even Xia Yingjuan's group of 3 were shocked. It had only taken them half a minute to chase after Qin Fin and attack him, but Qin Fin had set up a sixth-level defensive array in that half a minute. Fortunately, the 3 of them were not proficient in array formations. Otherwise, they would have realized that the sixth-level defensive array had not been completed and had only been initially perfected. If the 3 of them attacked at the same time, they would be able to break the array instantly. However, while they were in a daze, Qin Fin kept throwing array flags to perfect the defensive array. When the 3 of them calmed down, the sixth-level defensive array disc was completely completed. Qin Fin heaved a long sigh of relief. With this sixth-level defensive array, he believed that even if Xia Yingjuan's group attacked at the same time, it would take them at least an hour to break their array. After the previous 3 huge battles, he had gained some new insights. In addition, the quintessential essence in his body was faintly expanding. This was a sign of a breakthrough. Qin Fin planned to break through in the sixth-level defensive array. When this idea popped up in his mind, even he was shocked. However, after calming down and thinking about it seriously, this was the only way to survive. What a sinister kid. The sixth-level defensive array was not set up by him. He only perfected the array disc. Xia Yingjun had already seen through the facts. After hearing this, the cultivators on the surrounding mountains heaved a sigh of relief. If Qin Fin could really set up a sixth-level defensive array in an instant, it would really overturn everyone's understanding of the past few decades. He should be trying to stall for time and wait for the maze Valley Mystic realm to end. Gu He's expression turned cold. She still remembered Qin Fin's spear attack. Even if the 3 of us join forces, we won't be able to break through the sixth-level defensive array in a short period of time. Gu Yu seemed to be talking to herself. Xia Yingjun revealed a sinister expression. He originally had the mentality of killing Qin Fin. Unexpectedly, he was helpless before he even made a move. If there was no one watching, Xia Yingjun would have left immediately. However, in front of thousands of genius cultivators of the South Plateau State, he could not afford to lose face. Humph. Do you think a mere sixth-level defensive array can save your life? What a joke! As Xia Yingjun spoke, he took out a long saber. The long saber glowed with silver light and emitted dense spiritual energy. It was even denser than the green crane saber that Su Qian used previously. Disciples of the Time Mountain, come over! Xia Yingjun shouted. 2 black figures flew over in the air. Both of them were in the early stage of the Nihility God realm and were considered experts in the crowd. When Xia Yingjun showed his attitude, Gu Yu and Gu He each called for 2 disciples from their sections. Xia Yingjun was still not satisfied with the gathering of 6 people, and all of them were in the Nihility God realm. He looked around coldly and said, "Today that shameless rogue cultivator killed my good friend Lin Rue and many of my sect's disciples. I, Xia Yingjun, swear to kill him. Now, I need Nihility God realm disciples to help. I wonder if anyone is willing to do so." Just as he finished speaking, tens of black figures flew over. All of them were in the Nihility God realm. These people were basically from 5 or 6-star sects. They first bowed to Xia Yingjun and the other 2, then stood behind them and waited for their orders. Qin Feng found the bottle of void-breaking pills that Taoist Barefoot gave him. This was the best pill for peak true spirit realm cultivators to break through to the Nihility God realm. There were originally 4 pills in the bottle. He gave one to Purple Cloud City's city lord, Ouyang Jun, to help him break through to the Nihility God realm. When he thought of Ouyang Jun, Qin Feng immediately thought of the incomparable battle in the North Sand continent. His heart burned with fury, and he wanted to kill his way back to the North Sand continent to take revenge. However, this was not the time to be immersed in hatred. When he saw tens of Nihility God realm masters gathered in the sky above the mountain, he instantly became nervous. Even a 6th-level defensive array would not be able to withstand the attacks of so many Nihility God realm masters. Without much time to think, Qin Feng swallowed the 2 void-breaking pills. He had to make use of every second to break through. If he didn't break through by the time these people broke through the defensive array, he planned to enter the astral world. Originally, this was a pill that peak true spirit realm cultivators used to break through. However, Qin Feng had eaten pills that surpassed his cultivation level a long time ago. When the 2 void-breaking pills entered his mouth, 2 ferocious waves of spiritual energy surged forth. It was as though his body was going to explode. Just the pills alone were not enough. Qin Feng immediately took out 10 spirit crystals and placed them around him. When the spirit crystals appeared, a spiritual energy whirlpool formed on the mountain. The surrounding spiritual energy surged over, and the weather in the valley changed. You actually have spirit crystals? Xia Yingjun saw that the number of cultivators gathered was about right. Just as he was about to give the order to attack the array, he was stunned by the spiritual energy whirlpool on the mountain top. Not only him, but the Nihility God realm masters were also shocked. Spirit crystals were extremely rare in the South Flat continent, not to mention spirit crystals. Even supreme-grade spirit stones were rare. However, Qin Feng had taken out 10 spirit crystals at once. He was actually using them for cultivation. Chapter 1948. Before everyone could recover from the shock of the spirit crystals, they realized something even more shocking. That rogue cultivator was breaking through in the defensive array. Is he crazy? He's still in the mood to break through at this time? He's definitely the most arrogant, rogue cultivator I've ever seen. He doesn't put a 7-star sect in his eyes at all. This isn't arrogance, this is a hole in his brain. Let's see how long he can keep acting for. Once the defensive array breaks, it'll be his death. There were all sorts of discussions. Some people were impressed by Qin Feng's calm demeanor, while others thought he was just acting. No matter what, Qin Feng didn't care at all. Right now, the most important thing for him was to break through. Otherwise, he would have to hide in the Star World. Qin Feng couldn't help but think of the system's emergency notification when the elder from Tiantong City had appeared. That elder most likely had a system, and the system's level was even higher than Qin Feng's. If he ended up hiding in the astral world, the Hedonist sovereign system would most likely be completely exposed to the elder. As expected, a rogue cultivator who doesn't know his place. He's still playing tricks before his death. Everyone follow me to break the array. Qin Feng's actions completely infuriated Xia Yingjun. He actually broke through in front of Xia Yingjun. This was a complete slap to his face. Seeing the tens of Nihility God realm cultivators about to join forces to attack the array, Qin Feng panicked. However, at this moment, tens of black figures flew over and landed on a mountain peak, not far away. Xia Yingjun, as a genius disciple of a 7-star sect, you're actually joining forces to bully a junior. This is really damaging to your reputation. A man in his 40s walked out from the crowd. His true yuan was dense and ferocious. He had actually stepped into Nihility God realm level 6. Seeing this person, Xia Yingjun frowned and ferocious true yuan surged from his body. He yelled, "By Qiming, I advise you to mind your own business. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're a rogue cultivator genius. How can you rogue cultivators be mentioned in the same breath as us sect disciples? The geniuses among you are not even worth mentioning in front of the South Plateau State's genius disciples. When Bai Qiming's identity was revealed, the various mountain peaks were in an uproar. Although the number of rogue cultivators in this year's genius assembly was less than the number of sect disciples, it was only in comparison to the number of sect disciples. In reality, there were more than 2,000 rogue cultivators participating in the genius assembly, and at least 700 to 800 rogue cultivators had come to watch. As long as one was an itinerant cultivator of the South Flat Continent, everyone would know of Bai Qiming. He was known as the number one itinerant cultivator of the younger generation in the South Flat Continent. Back then, he was only 35 years old and had already stepped into the Nihility God realm. Now that he was in his early 40s, he was already at Nihility God realm level 6. There were more than 20 people standing behind Bai Qiming, and all of them were empty God realm cultivators. This formation was evenly matched with the team led by Xia Yingjun. At that moment, neither of them dared to act rashly, and the battle was in a stalemate. Qin Feng looked at Bai Qiming gratefully. No matter what this person's motive was, he had helped him gain more time to break through. Xia Yingjuan's face was so cold that it was about to freeze when he saw more and more spiritual energy, whirlpools, gather on Qin Feng's mountain. Bai Qiming, are you trying to rebel with the rogue cultivators in the Maze Valley Mystic Realm? I understand now. That kid is your friend, right? Everything he did before was because of your orders. Xia Yingjuan's words stirred up the hatred of the sect disciples. Killing intent surged from the sect disciples, standing on the various mountains as they glared at the rogue cultivators around them. As sect disciples of the South Flat Continent, these people naturally felt that they were superior to others, and they looked down on rogue cultivators. Who would have thought that this bunch of lowly people would dare to rebel at the genius assembly? They must be tired of living. Bai Qiming didn't care about such petty tricks at all, and he couldn't even be bothered to explain. Xia Yingjun, you don't need to sow discord. Today, I'm going to protect that young hero. If you're unhappy, we'll fight. Bai Qiming gave Xia Yingjun a headache. This guy was famous for his stubbornness in the South Flat Continent, and once he set his mind on something, no one could change it. The most infuriating thing was that this guy was so strong that even Xia Yingjun didn't have the confidence to defeat him. Disciples from the various great sects, what are you spacing out for? Loose cultivators want to ride on our heads and piss on our disciples. Are you just going to stand by and watch? Xia Yingjun began roping in even more forces. This was originally just a conflict between Qin Feng and the 4 genius disciples of the 7-star sects, but now it had turned into a conflict between rogue cultivators and the sections. Instantly, over 100 figures flew to the group behind Xia Yingjun. There was a black mass of people floating in the air, and the lowest cultivation was at the late stage of the true spirit realm. Bai Qiming didn't even need to say anything, and there were already many rogue cultivators rushing to the mountain to help. As the South Flat Continent's rogue cultivators, they were usually bullied by their sections. Now that someone was leading the rebellion, the suppressed anger in their hearts burned. The number of people on both sides continued to increase. Seeing that the number of venerables on each side had exceeded 100 people, 2 powerful auras surged up from the void and the mountain. Just these 2 powerful auras caused the hearts of the crowd to surge. Bai, are you for real? Xia Yingjuan's face turned black from anger. Why didn't he notice that the South Flat Continent's rogue cultivators had such backbone? Bai Qiming didn't back down. He stood in front of the rogue cultivator experts, and his eyes were cold. I'll say it again, I'll protect that young hero today. If you want to fight, then hurry up. I, Bai Qiming, have never been afraid of anyone. Arrogant and ignorant, as expected of a rogue cultivator. No wonder no sect is willing to accept you despite your talent. With your arrogant personality, you'll die in the wilderness sooner or later. Xia Yingjun kept scolding, but he didn't attack. The formation of this battle had exceeded his expectations. He thought that after the sect disciples gathered, just their aura alone would be able to scare off the motley crew. Unexpectedly, they didn't retreat at all, and he could see the desire to fight in their eyes. I don't want to join a sect because I don't want to. What has it got to do with you? Don't always think that sect disciples are better than others. In my eyes, you guys are just SOSO. If I want to, I can kill any sect disciple here if I want to. Bai Qiming's words were extremely arrogant, comparable to Qin Feng's. However, none of the sect disciples dared to refute him, who asked him to be at Nihility Spirit, Realm Level 6. If Bai Qiming really exploded, he might even kill Xia Yingjun, much less them. What do the two of you think? Xia Yingjun couldn't make up his mind. He wasn't really afraid of Bai Qiming. Although there wasn't much difference in the number of Nihility Spirit Realm cultivators on both sides, Xia Yingjun still had Guyu and Gu He in the advanced stage of Nihility Spirit Realm. If they really fought, Bai Qiming's side would definitely lose. However, this battle involved too many sections. Moreover, the participants were all genius disciples of the various sections. If there were any casualties, Xia Yingjun wouldn't be able to answer to the other sections. Gu Yu and Gu He's expressions were equally solemn. Obviously, they were also worried about casualties. However, if they backed off now, wouldn't they be lowering their heads to the Nihility Spirit Realm cultivators? This definitely couldn't happen in South Pingzhou. Since those Nihility Spirit Realm cultivators are courting death, we'll just destroy them. Gu He's tone was cold and her heart was vicious. Gu Yu frowned and said, Dao friends, everyone can see the current situation. A group of Nihility Spirit Realm cultivators dared to find trouble with our sections. Junior sister Gu He, senior brother Gu Yu, and I intend to join forces to fight against them. Everyone is willing to join the battle. We can't be responsible for any casualties. Gu Yu directly cut off his worries. Xia Yingjun looked at him with admiration. The Nihility Spirit Realm cultivators that joined were more or less shaken. However, after some consideration, no one left the team. Even if they didn't fight with the Nihility Spirit Realm cultivators now, they would still have to fight one-on-one after leaving the maze Valley Secret Domain. Everyone could see clearly that with Xia Yingjun and the other two seniors leading the team, their chances of winning would definitely be higher than outside. If they could eliminate all the Nihility Spirit Realm cultivators in the maze Valley Secret Domain, everyone's ranking would also increase. Not only did no one quit, more and more Nihility Spirit Realm cultivators joined in. The sky was densely packed like a huge black cloud. Many Nihility Spirit Realm cultivators also came to the mountain where Bai Qiming was standing. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a huge coiling dragon. When the forces were almost gathered, Xia Yingjun glanced at Gu Yu and Gu He. Seeing the two nod at him, he raised his blade and rushed towards the mountain. A huge battle was about to break out. However, a shout came from the mountain peak. Thank you, Senior Bai, for your help. However, those three Nihility Spirit Realm cultivators aren't a threat to me. Everyone, there's no need to fight. Let me eliminate them alone. When this voice rang out, the cultivators on both sides that were about to make their moves were all stunned. Several thousand pairs of eyes looked at the mountain Peak Qin Feng was sitting on. The spiritual energy whirlpool in the sky had already condensed into a cloud shape. This was the sign of a breakthrough. Bai Qiming, that fellow doesn't need your help. Don't think too highly of yourself. How about we come to an agreement? I'll fight that brat alone and resolve our personal grudges. The reason why Xia Yingjun suddenly changed his mind was because he knew that Qin Feng was about to break through. As a late-stage true spirit cultivator, breaking through would cause a tribulation. Many cultivators couldn't pass their tribulation and were stopped on the path of cultivation. This was the best time to make a move against Qin Feng. How could Bai Qiming not see through his thoughts? He immediately shouted with a serious face, "You large sect cultivators really are sinister. That young hero is about to break through, and you're hitting him while he's down. Do you still have the demeanor of a senior? Don't talk nonsense here. I've already taken a step back. If you still insist on going about things the wrong way, then let's fight. But you'd better be clear about the facts. With just the people behind you, you'll only end up being completely annihilated. You can disregard your own life and death, but don't drag others down with you. If we really compare, then you're the selfish villain. What qualifications do you have to talk to me about the demeanor of an expert? Xia Yingjun loudly cursed. Chapter 1949. Xia Yingjun, do you have to pretend to be noble? Fine, you fight me one-on-one. The others won't participate in this battle. Bai Qiming said indifferently. Xia Yingjun's face was ashen. He didn't want to fight Bai Qiming one-on-one. No matter who won or lost, the other experts would benefit. Seeing that the two sides were in a deadlock again, Qin Feng's voice came from the mountain top again. Senior Bai, do as I say. Let Xia Yingjun and the other two ants fight me. The others can just watch. His words caused the crowd to discuss heatedly. Xia Yingjun and the other two were genius disciples from 7-star sections. The weakest among them was Nihility God, Realm Level 6. No one knew where Qin Feng got the confidence to say such arrogant words. The disciples gathered in the sky looked at Qin Feng with disdain. The rogue cultivators shook their heads and sighed. Bai Qiming and them had come this far, but they helped a pig teammate. At this moment, even Bai Qiming couldn't understand Qin Feng's thoughts. From how he killed Lin Rue, Qin Feng wasn't an arrogant person. But why did he dare to fight 1 against 3? What was his trump card? Xia Yingjun laughed. Haha. Surnamed Bai. I already said you were meddling. He is very strong. Why would he need the help of you ants? Isn't this a slap to his face? Bai Qiming's face was cold, and he didn't say anything. He was complaining about Qin Feng in his heart. A loud sound suddenly exploded on the mountain top Qin Feng was sitting on. Xia Yingjun used up his patience and slashed down with his saber. The huge Zhen Yuan saber landed on the top of the mountain and was deflected by a light wall. Xia Yingjun didn't stop and slashed down a few more times. At the same time, he shouted to the two people beside him, "Let's work together to break the formation. Today the brat must die." Gu Yu and Gu, he also attacked. Gu Yu used a long and thin sword. The blade radiated with light while Gu Yu held a lotus leaf. The lotus leaf was a level 8 spiritual herb. It was forged into an offensive magic weapon. The attacks of the three were extremely fierce. The mountain-top Qin Feng sat unrumbled. The crowd was already dumbfounded. When they saw the three young geniuses make their moves, they realized that they had underestimated their strength. Bai Qiming led a group of loose cultivators to a nearby mountain. He did not stop the three of them from attacking. Now that the situation had developed to this point, Bai Qiming could not find any reason to intervene. Even Qin Fen had indicated that he did not need help. They could not be thick-skinned and take the risk. The speed at which the array was being broken was faster than everyone had imagined. In the short time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the aura of the level 6 defense array was extremely weak. Just as the eyes of Xia Yingjun and the other two lit up with excitement, an earth-shattering explosion sounded from the top of the mountain. The three of them were stunned. This wasn't caused by their attacks. Crackle! It wasn't the sound of a violent collision at all, but a thunderous explosion. Everyone looked up at the sky above the mountain. The sky was filled with thunderclouds. The weather is changing, and the thunderclouds are condensing. Are these the signs of a breakthrough? Who the hell is this person? He actually set up a formation to break through under the pursuit of three geniuses. He is really broad-minded. So what if he breaks through? I think that guy won't even be able to avoid the lightning tribulation. He will be killed by the three seniors first. No one could guess what Qin Fen was thinking. He actually chose this kind of dangerous moment to break through. The thunderclouds in the sky became denser and denser. Lightning flashed through the clouds. Everyone doubted whether Qin Fun could pass this powerful lightning tribulation. Not to mention that there were 3 late-stage void god realm experts blocking him. However, only a few void god realm experts were shocked. They were stunned by the powerful lightning tribulation that Qin Fun's breakthrough triggered. Although the lightning hadn't actually landed, the violent aura hidden in the thunderclouds made them panic. How was this the lightning tribulation of a late-stage, true spirit cultivator? It was even more ferocious than the void god realm's lightning tribulation. Whoosh! The first lightning bolt fell without any warning. It was a purple lightning bolt as thick as an arm. The lightning bolt flashed and disappeared like a purple dragon falling from the sky. It exploded on the mountain Qin Fun was sitting on, and the level 6 defense array was instantly destroyed. Damn! What kind of lightning tribulation is this? Why is it so ferocious? Even my void god realm lightning tribulation isn't as powerful as his. No wonder he can kill void god realm experts, even though he's only in the true spirit realm. This young hero isn't simple. What a pity. If this young hero could control his arrogance, he might be famous in the entire South Flat continent in a few decades. But today he will die for sure. The 9 transformations, true lightning's power, shocked the crowd. This was one of the 9 great killing lightning tribulations of the divine continent. Since Qin Fun had decided to change back his identity after the Genius Conference, he didn't mind exposing the killing lightning tribulation. Xia Yingjun and the other 2 abruptly stopped in their tracks when the grade 6 defense formation broke. They had been waiting for the formation to break, but when the moment finally arrived, the 3 of them were suppressed by the might of the lightning tribulation that filled the sky. What kind of lightning tribulation is this? Xia Yingjun's eyes widened and his heart was in turmoil. Gu Yu and Gu, he also had a complicated expression on their faces. Even the lightning tribulation they triggered when they broke through was not as ferocious as the one in front of them. Qin Fun was just a true spirit realm cultivator. So how could he trigger such a heaven-defying lightning tribulation? I know, this is the killing lightning tribulation. Gu, he screamed as the shock in her beautiful eyes intensified. Gu Yu and Xia Yingjun inhaled sharply. In fact, they had already thought of the killing lightning tribulation, but they were just unwilling to admit it. Rumor had it that there were 9 types of killing lightning tribulations in the divine continent. Anyone who could trigger a killing lightning tribulation was a peerless ultimate god expert. However, there were very few cultivators who could survive a killing lightning tribulation, and it was hard to say if there were any. Rumor had it that the divine continent's strongest expert, a great Tao ultimate god, also triggered a killing lightning tribulation and survived. However, the great Tao ultimate god was a matter of thousands of years ago, so it was impossible to verify whether the legend was true or not. After thousands of years, another person who triggered a killing lightning tribulation appeared. This person was standing on the mountain top. From his cultivation realm, it was obvious that he had successfully passed several killing lightning tribulations. How is this possible? Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. At this time, the mountain top where Qin Fun was sitting cross-legged was surrounded by thunder clouds, as if it had formed a thunder mountain. He suddenly opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. He was surrounded by a sea of thunder, but his expression was calm without the slightest fear. Even his eyes could not hide the light of excitement. True Spirit Realm 8. True Spirit Realm 9. This time he had crossed 2 small realms in a row, from True Spirit Realm 7 to Peak True Spirit Realm 9. Moreover, the effects of the 2 void-breaking pills had not completely dissipated. There were still 3 supreme grade spirit stones left under his feet. Qin Fun knew that if he continued to cultivate, he could break through again. However, the lightning tribulation had appeared and destroyed the rank 6 defense formation. Even if he wanted to break through to the empty god realm now, Xia Yingjun and the others could not help him. Chapter 1950. Quick! Don't let that kid pass the tribulation successfully. Xia Yingjun woke up and immediately slashed towards Qin Fun's mountain peak. Qin Fun's strength was out of Xia Yingjun's expectations. This guy could actually trigger a sure-kill lightning tribulation. No wonder he could kill Lin Rui, who was at Hollow God Realm Level 6. If they allowed this monster to continue developing, he would definitely be a nightmare for their sections. Xia Yingjun wasn't the only one who realized the severity of the problem. When Gu Yu and Gu He woke up, they attacked immediately. The swords and sabers condensed from quintessential essence fell from the sky, while Gu He used her lotus leaves to conjure up a powerful quintessential essence storm to attack the top of the mountain. When the three attacks collided in midair, a black hole immediately appeared in the space around them. The mountain peak collapsed instantly, but everyone realized that Qin Fin wasn't dead. This was because the lightning clouds in the sky hadn't dissipated and there were still several bolts of lightning striking down. Rumble! Wherever the lightning bolts landed, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. This was the first time everyone had seen such a powerful lightning tribulation, and they were all dumbfounded. When Qin Fin appeared again, he stood on a flying sword and hovered in front of Xia Yingjun and the other two. His body was surrounded by lightning and crackling sounds could be heard. A powerful aura shot out from his body, causing Xia Yingjun and the other two to feel some fear. What kind of monster is this? The three of them were shocked. As the representatives of the South Flat Continent's top geniuses, before they met Qin Feng, they had always looked down on their peers with a high and mighty attitude. They didn't even care about some of the elders. But after witnessing Qin Feng's godly might today, they felt extremely ashamed. Compared to Qin Feng's talent, they were completely useless cultivators. They regretted offending Qin Feng, but it was too late to retreat now. The three of them could see the strong killing intent in Qin Feng's eyes. Not only did this guy not escape, he actually wanted to kill the three of them. He's just a true spirit realm itinerant cultivator. So what if he breaks through to the peak? The three of us can definitely kill him if we work together. Xia Yingjun felt a sense of panic. This feeling was foreign to him, and he had never felt this way before he met Qin Fin. He immediately roped in Gu Yu and Gu He, trying to relieve the pressure in this way. But just as he finished speaking, Qin Fen's attack had already arrived. Or rather, it was not Qin Fen who launched the attack, but the lightning tribulation he triggered exploded above Xia Yingjun's head. Whoosh! When the purple thunder that was as thick as a person's waist fell, Gu Yu and Gu He, who were about to make a move, were stunned on the spot. They even forgot to attack, but their bodies instinctively retreated and avoided the sea of thunder. Xia Yingjun immediately realized that he was the only one left in the sea of lightning. He immediately dispelled the thought of fighting Qin Feng head-on. However, before he could escape, a powerful divine sense pierced his mind and attacked his sea of consciousness. At this moment, Xia Yingjun revealed an incomparably shocked expression. The strength of his divine sense was definitely at the peak among his peers. But when Qin Feng's divine sense attack was launched, he didn't even have a chance to resist before he was hit. The other party actually had a divine sense attack? Xia Yingjun couldn't believe it. He thought that Qin Feng had used all sorts of methods to kill Lin Rui. Only now did he suddenly realize that what Qin Feng had revealed was only the tip of the iceberg. Under the combination of the lightning tribulation and the divine sense attack, Xia Yingjun was stunned for a moment. But it was also in this short gap that a waist-thick purple thunder exploded on his body, instantly destroying the high-grade spirit armor he was wearing. Xia Yingjun's clothes were all torn apart, and smoke rose from his body. His hair was disheveled, and his skin was charred. He looked extremely battered and exhausted. The crowd had long been in an uproar. This was the eldest genius disciple of a 7-star sect, Time Mountain. He was usually elegant and aloof. This was the first time everyone had seen him in such a miserable state. However, this was only the beginning. That resplendent black light appeared again, instantly enveloping the sky within a radius of 1,000 meters. The area that was enveloped by the black light was like a huge black hole that even divine sense couldn't penetrate. Within the boundary, Qin Feng hovered in the air on his sword. He held a dazzling black saber in his hand, and his eyes were filled with cold light. Xia Yingjun was shocked. He had thought that Qin Feng had a position-type treasure like the 7-colored ghost face soul banner, which was why he was able to trap and kill Lin Rui. Now that he was personally trapped in the boundary, he suddenly realized that Qin Feng had actually used the boundary. How is this possible? You're only at the true spirit stage. How can you use the boundary? Xia Yingjun seemed to be muttering to himself, his voice trembling. Qin Feng had heard these words too many times. Almost every expert who died in his boundary would ask the same question before they died. No one has ever said that the boundary can only be comprehended at the nihility God stage and used at the body condensation stage. To think that you're a top genius of the South Plateau continent, you're an insult to the name of a genius. Qin Feng's words exploded in Xia Yingjun's mind like thunder. If anyone else dared to question his title as a genius, he would definitely refute them angrily. However, when Qin Feng said these words calmly, he didn't even have the mood to refute. When the aura of death enveloped him, Xia Yingjun finally realized that he was going to die. He had never considered such a thing before. He was young and promising. He had reached the late-stage nihility God stage before the age of 50 and had the backing of a 7-star sect. How could he be killed? However, the killing intent under Qin Feng's saber was so cold that it was about to solidify. Xia Yingjun knew that Qin Feng really dared to kill him because Qin Feng had killed Gu Xiaoyao's Lin Rui not long ago. Don't kill me. I'm willing to withdraw from the competition. Xia Yingjun was anxious. The people outside the boundary couldn't hear these words at all. Otherwise, the crowd would be in an uproar again. The genius disciple of a 7-star sect, Time Mountain, was scared off by a late-stage true spirit cultivator. This was a huge joke. Don't you think it's too late to say all this now? Pucci. Qin Feng's hand didn't stop moving. The saber wasn't fast. It was like an old granny practicing the taiji sword on the square in the morning. However, no matter how slow it was, Xia Yingjun couldn't dodge it. His body was completely trapped by Qin Feng's boundary. He could only watch as death approached. That feeling made him go crazy. The explosion was earth-shattering. The black hole boundary in the sky quickly dissipated. Qin Feng's figure gradually became clear, but he could no longer see Xia Yingjun. Not only did he disappear, but he couldn't even catch a trace of his aura. This scene was very similar to the scene where Qin Feng killed Gu Xiaoyao and Lin Rui not long ago. With the previous example, everyone immediately realized the truth of Xia Yingjun's death. However, it was hard for them to accept this fact. Xia Yingjun was a top genius of the South Plateau continent. Whoosh! The intense thunder woke the crowd up from the shock. The lightning tribulation caused by Qin Feng had yet to dissipate. He had advanced from level 7 to level 9 in a row. 2 lightning tribulations had fallen at the same time. The cultivators gathered on the surrounding peaks were silent, not even the slightest movement. The group of disciples who were originally suspended in the sky had long been scared and fled in all directions. Even Gu He and Gu Yu had retreated. Qin Feng's strength was earth-shattering. These so-called geniuses of the South Flat Continent felt ashamed. Before they met Qin Feng, they were arrogant and complacent, but now they only felt that they were trash. There would always be dark horses in every genius meet, but Qin Feng was definitely the strongest dark horse in the South Flat Continent in the past few hundred years. He was just an itinerant cultivator, and no one knew his name before this. However, he had shocked everyone in the Maze Valley Mystic Realm today. He had single-handedly killed many sect geniuses and even killed 2 disciples of 7-star sections. After stepping into the true spirit realm, Qin Feng no longer feared the lightning tribulation. He found that his cultivation kept increasing, but the power of the lightning tribulation didn't change much. His peak true spirit realm true essence was several times stronger than before, and his divine sense had also been strengthened. Qin Feng completely ignored the sea of lightning and swung his saber at Gu He and Gu Yu, chasing after the two of them. His actions made the crowd speechless, but he didn't get what he wanted this time. Before the saber could slash down, a white light appeared in the sky. Qin Feng felt dizzy, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already out of the secret Maze Valley. They're out. The secret Maze Valley is over. Why are there so few people? Why is the survival rate in the Maze Valley mystic realm so low? Something's wrong. There's so many rogue cultivators here. Could it be that the sect disciples didn't work together to bully the rogue cultivators? I found a terrifying matter. The seven-star sect Gu Xiaoyao's Lin Rui and Tai Mountain Xiaoyingjun have disappeared? The crowd gathered in the Tiantong City Square exploded. They had been anxiously waiting outside for a long time, and the secret realm had finally ended. But the secret Maze Valley this time was a bit different. Not only were there fewer cultivators coming out, the people that came out seemed to be stunned, standing in the center of the square without doing anything. Senior Bai Qiming, what's wrong with everyone? Guyu, my disciple, what are you doing standing there? Many people asked, but no one answered. After a while, a scream came from the crowd. Evildoer! A monster has appeared in the South Ping State. This voice woke up the participating cultivators. The sect disciples ran back to their sects like crazy, but the rogue cultivators were shouting excitedly as if they were celebrating the new year. The crowd outside had no idea what was going on inside the Maze Valley, and they were completely confused. At this moment, a shadow appeared in the sky, and a violent aura swept up from its body, suppressing the group of shouting rogue cultivators into silence. Where is my carefree sect's head disciple, Lin Rui? Who can tell me? The figure floating in the sky was the great elder of Gu Xiaoyao's team. His strong aura was unfathomable, and his cultivation level was even more unfathomable. Another figure appeared beside Gu Xiaoyao, wearing the clothes of Tai Mountain. Why is Tai Mountain Xia Yingjuan's disciple nowhere to be seen? What exactly happened in the secret Maze Valley? The crowd outside the square finally realized what was going on and immediately revealed a shocked expression. Lin Rui and Xia Yingjun were the genius disciples of seven-star sects, and they were hot favorites to fight their way into the top 10 of the genius competition. In everyone's hearts, it was absolutely impossible for the two of them to die. However, once the Maze Valley was closed, everyone who was still alive would be teleported out. But now, they could not see the two of them. What was going on? Chapter 1951. Gu He from Yunyue finally came to her senses. She turned around and stared at Qin Fen coldly. Elder Lin Dao, Elder Xia Deng. Lin Rui and Xia Yingjun died in the Maze Valley mystic realm. They were killed by that person. The plaza was filled with screams when they heard that the two top geniuses of the South Flat continent had died. Tens of thousands of cultivators looked in the direction that Gu He pointed at and landed their gazes on Qin Fen. Qin Fen stood in the center of the plaza with his white robe fluttering in the wind. He looked indifferent, as if he didn't see the complicated gazes that were cast at him. What? Lin Rui's disciple was killed? How is that possible? That kid is only at the peak of the true spirit realm. How could he be a match for Xia Yingjuan's disciple? Girl Gu He, are you sure you're not mistaken? Gu Xiaoyao and the two elders from the Tai Mountain were shocked. They took a quick glance at Qin Fen and immediately felt that there was something fishy about this matter, not to mention the two great elders of the seven-star sects. All the cultivators on the square had doubtful expressions on their faces. Only the disciples who came out of the Maze Valley had helpless expressions on their faces. Although they couldn't accept the truth, it was absolutely true. Elders, senior sister Gu, he is right. Not only were senior brother Lin Rui and senior brother Xia Yingjun killed, Many disciples were also killed by that madman. He specifically targeted the disciples of the sects in the mystic realm, and even said that the disciples should either withdraw from the competition or die. Whoosh! The plaza was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. There was actually someone who dared to speak such arrogant nonsense. Was he tired of living? Even Lin Dao and Xia Deng were stunned for a long time. When the two of them regained their senses, a strong killing intent surged out from their bodies. As soon as the killing intent spread out, some of the weaker cultivators felt dizzy. Elder of the Xinkuan sect, the genius disciple of your sect, Su Qian, was also killed by that rogue cultivator. Senior Wan Li of the Myriad Formation sect is also dead. He was killed by that scoundrel. The 3 disciples of the Jiang clan who floated on water were all killed. The disciples of the Qilin mountain died, tragically in the mystic realm. More and more sect disciples woke up from their stupor. They were so frightened by Qin Feng's power in the secret realm that they didn't dare to speak. After they came out, they immediately found the sect's elders to rely on and began to complain frantically. When the names of the genius disciples of the sects were announced, there was no lack of 6-star sects and 5-star sects among them. The crowd on the square was shocked once again as they looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. This fellow was clearly only in the peak 9th true spirit realm. How did he kill all these experts' disciples? How was this possible? Everyone who hadn't entered the secret realm had doubts in their hearts. If they had seen the power of Qin Feng's realm with their own eyes, as well as the sure-kill lightning tribulation that he had triggered, they probably wouldn't have these doubts anymore. How did he kill so many disciples? Who can give me a satisfactory answer? Lin Dao let out a wild roar. The clouds above his head tumbled, and the weather changed along with his rage. At this moment, Lin Dao wished he could slap Qin Feng to death. Lin Rui was a genius disciple that Gu Xiaoyao had raised for several decades and who knew how many cultivation resources had been spent on him. Now was the time for Lin Rui to repay the sect, but before he could even obtain a ranking in the genius competition, he had already been killed. However, Lin Dao still resisted the urge to kill. Compared to killing Qin Feng immediately, he wanted to know how the seemingly peak true spirit realm cultivator was able to do this. Elder Lin Dao, that fella can display a realm. Someone cried out loudly. Lin Dao's expression instantly changed as his eyes filled with disbelief. He had only comprehended realm when he was at the mid-void god realm and could only use realm when he was at the early body condensation realm. The youth in front of him didn't seem to be over 30. How was this possible? Did I hear wrong? That brat can use realm? He's only a true spirit realm. Where did this monster come from? Could it be that the West Sea continent and the East Field continent came here to act tough? Even if he can use realm, it's impossible for him to kill late void god realm Lin Rui and Xia Yingjun. While the crowd was still in shock, someone shouted, "Not only can he use realm, but he also triggered the lightning tribulation." At that moment, the huge square of Tiantong City suddenly became quiet. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stood motionless on the spot as if they were under a spell. They were shocked as if their minds were being bombarded by lightning. He triggered the lightning tribulation? I heard that the cultivators who can trigger the lightning tribulation are all peerless ultimate gods. If they can survive the lightning tribulation, they will definitely become one of the top experts in the divine continent. I finally believe that he really has the talent to kill Lin Rui and Xia Yingjun. Lightning tribulation. Those 4 words echoed in Lin Dao's mind. It was a term he often heard, but it was so unfamiliar. The divine continent had developed for tens of thousands of years, and only a few peerless ultimate gods were able to trigger a deadly lightning tribulation. In the vast South Square continent, no one had ever heard of such a divine being appearing in the past 1,000 years. Now, one had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, but he was not a disciple of any sect. His face was so unfamiliar that no one had even heard of his name. How dare you kill my sex disciple, Lin Rue? Today will be the day you die. The shock in Lin Dao's heart had not subsided, but he had already launched an attack on Qin Fin. Qin Fin was already a dead man in Lin Dao's eyes when he found out that Qin Fin could trigger the lightning tribulation. How could such a monstrous genius, cultivator, be left alive? If he was allowed to develop further, he would become a nightmare for the seven-star sex. A huge true essence handprint floated in the air. It was several times bigger than the handprint of a hollow god realm cultivator. The thick true essence condensed into a substantial cloud, covering half the sky. The light surrounding Qin Fin was completely shrouded. He felt like he was standing in a dark corner, like an ant that could be killed at any time. When the surging true essence appeared, he realized that his opponent's cultivation was not something he could handle. He did not even have a chance of survival. Qin Fin wanted to hide in the astral world immediately. Now that he was in a life and death situation, he did not have the time to consider whether the system would be exposed. Moreover, he realized that his system might have been exposed a long time ago. In the Maze Valley secret territory, he always felt like he was being monitored. Once he left the secret territory, that feeling disappeared immediately. This is Tiantong City. Who dares to behave atrociously here? Before Qin Fin could activate his thoughts, an old and dignified voice rang out. A layer of true essence appeared above Qin Fin's head. That true essence barrier collided with Lin Dao's palm print, and a violent explosion spread out, even causing a black hole to collapse in the vast sky. But Qin Fin stood in the middle of the true essence barrier and didn't feel anything at all.